To order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda today? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that the July 20th, 2023 agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Hearing none. I have no specific remarks today. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of June the 15th? Councillors Berry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that the June 15th, 2023 regular meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a motion to go into a public meeting? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council adjourns its regular meeting at 9:02 a.m. in order to proceed into a public meeting for the following. 1, zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 422, part of lot 22, concession 5, geographic township of Stanhope, Simon. 2, zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 523, part of lot 13, concession 10, geographic township of Stanhope, Kamal and Henna. 3, zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 623, part of lot 19, concession 11, geographic township of Sherburne, Weeby. 4, zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 723, part of lot 19, concession 11, geographic township of Sherburne, Palmer.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have 4 applications, and the first one is Simon and Stanhope. We could hear your report, Sean.
Thank you. The subject lands are zoned shoreline residential 1 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The lands are approximately 0.496 acres in area with 30.4 meters of frontage on North Shore Road. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential and the lands are currently vacant. The owner is proposing to construct a new single-family dwelling on this property. Section 4.15.1 of the zoning bylaw does require vacant lots that are zoned shoreline residential 1 to have a minimum lot area of 0.74 acres and a minimum lot frontage of 30 meters in order to be considered a buildable lot. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will rezone the subject lands from shoreline residential 1 to shoreline residential 1 exception 34 in order to recognize the deficient lot area of 0.496 acres. The applicant has submitted a site plan confirming the 30-meter setback requirement can be complied with, along with other setback requirements of the zoning bylaw. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the subject property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website, and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as presented.
Thank you. Do any members of council have questions on the application? Is there anyone in the public who wishes to address this application? If I might ask, Madam Clerk, so do we do the resolutions after each one or at the end of the public meeting?
Just that when we come out, we'll accept the reports.
Okay. So the next application is Kamal and Henna in the township of Stanhope.
The subject lands are zoned shoreline residential 1 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The property is approximately 0.5 acres in area with 23.04 meters of frontage on Halls Lake Road. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential and the lands are currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to construct a 1,277 square foot two-story dwelling. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone from shoreline residential 1 to shoreline residential 1 exception 35. The proposed exceptions are to permit relief from table 2 of the zoning bylaw to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 30 meters to 15 meters and to recognize the deficient lot area of 0.5 acres. There is an existing stream that bisects the property that does limit the available building locations for a proposed dwelling that would comply with the zoning bylaw. The applicants have submitted a site plan confirming the remaining provisions of the zoning bylaw can be met. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the subject property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. Several letters of objection were received. The objections raised are primarily to do with the creek and the potential for additional flooding resulting from fill and or site alteration to the subject property. 3 letters of objection I'll read because they were received after I circulated to council, just so I'll read those for the record. Good evening, Mr. O'Callaghan. Our family resides on Halls Lake Road and are familiar with this building lot. Requesting to ease the variance from 30 meters to 15 meters would allow for a sizable structure on the road. Would this set a precedent for future rebuilds on the road? If that were the case, I would be opposed to setting such a visual change to Halls Lake Road. Further concern is the creek that flows through the property. How will the septic system be kept isolated from the heavy flow of water during our spring season? Any change to the natural flow should be allowed to back up, could result in leaching into the old dump behind the property. I would not be surprised if that dump has been doing damage to Halls Lake for some time from the creek. Please make sure that what your decision will be, Mr. O'Callaghan, is thought out carefully for our community. That's from Jeffrey Becker. The next one. Good morning, Mr. O'Callaghan. We were recently made aware of an application for a variance to the zoning bylaw in regards to the required setback for a new structure from the high water mark. The applicant is requesting that the setback distance be half of the current allowed distance. This seems to be an unreasonable request and would mean the proposed structure would be very close to the existing roadway and stream. There is a water course bordering the west side of the property, and the close proximity of the 1,200 plus square foot home would potentially impact the stream and increase the risk of flooding onto the road. The property itself is very low lying and is often underwater in some areas during the spring runoff. If the home is positioned at the edge of the property close to the road, where would the water go? How would the natural water course be affected? Any recent new build homes along Halls Lake Road have been well set back on the properties. It is more aesthetically attractive as well and preserves the trees alongside the roadway. This application for such a drastic change in bylaw is unreasonable and potentially problematic in regards to the water course and the increased potential for flooding. And that is from Kenda and Robert Cranfield. And then the last one. I am the property owner of 1226 Halls Lake Road, adjacent to the existing cottage on 1224 Halls Lake Road. I would like to show I'm currently opposed to any zoning change on the subject property without a proper environmental study completed to identify any flood issues. My concerns are based on previous years that flooding has occurred to the creek running along the property line of the site with the proposed zoning amendment. Over the years, flooding that has been observed at times has been so extreme that I have taken photos. The flooding water exceeds the culvert capacity and water flows over the roadway and onto properties. It seems these so-called 1 in 100 year floods are occurring with much more frequency along with other climate change disasters. If the natural swale of the creek is disrupted, it would seem based on history of the area, we could expect more frequent flooding to occur to properties adjacent to the creek. And that's signed from Ken Carlin. So in my report, my original recommendation was to, was in support of the zoning amendment. At this time, I would change that to deferring the matter pending a drainage study being completed to the satisfaction of the township, as well as the property owner entering into a development agreement with the township, which that drainage agreement would be attached to.
Questions from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Would the drainage assessment also look at some of the other environmental factors that have been raised in a couple of the letters? And also, would it resolve any concerns about the septic system and whether the septic would be impacted by that?
The drainage study would not incorporate those aspects, but an environmental impact study would be more in line with covering those concerns, and should council wish, that's something that could be included.
Other questions from council? Is there anyone, I believe there are folks in the audience who wish to speak to the application? Sorry, Councillor Barry.
It's okay. Could there be a bigger setback than what is being proposed? Just looking at the GIA or the site plan?
With the location of the creek, where they've proposed the building is essentially as far back as they can get without imposing or encroaching on the other lot line.
Other questions from council? Okay, is there anyone to speak for or against this application? I understand that there's several people here who wish to speak to this, so whoever wants to go first. It doesn't matter. If you'd like to come to the front, state your name. If you could state your name clearly and wouldn't you mind signing in on the sheet that's there?
And my name is Hamza Gary. I'm the applicant of this project. And write this real quick. Yes.
Go ahead, Ab, take a seat. Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little bit new in this area. So first of all, good morning to all. We are proposing the structure on helical piers to try to avoid as much as possible digging. So all the substructure of this property are on the helical piers, so that if there is any water stream going on, it's going to be it's going to pass through underneath the structure. And that's one aspect I just wanted to point out. And if EIS report would solve the matter, meaning environmental impact study that you mentioned, we're happy to do that. And regarding the system, septic system that was raised, we're proposing a territory system to tackle this issue. And regarding the setbacks that was pointed out in the letter as well, we're trying to put the structure within the setbacks of the bylaw, front setback, rear setback, and the side setbacks. I just wanted to point this out. And one more item as well. We checked out the history of the land. There was no flooding, like major flooding issue based on our study. In the history of this property, there was no flooding that was there before, basically.
Any questions for Mr. Bigari?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against the application? If you'd like to come forward and state your name, as well as sign in.
Good morning.
Good morning. Absolutely. Could state your name, please.
I am Sharon Welsh. I am a full-time resident located just directly to the west of the subject property at 1215 Halls Lake Road. I just want the record to show that I am opposed to amending these bylaws. And I have a number of points that I'd like to raise in support of my position. The first point is that, as you've heard, the creek runs between the two properties, but predominantly along my property line. It goes under the road through a culvert into the Halls Lake. Based on a very long history of flooding in and around the creek and the culvert, the high water mark, by definition, to me, is in question. It extends beyond my property and beyond the bottom of the ditch and well into the subject property. This proposed site development includes a structure, a septic system, and an asphalt driveway. A considerable amount of fill, I believe, would be required to accommodate this kind of development. Any fill placed in this basin is going to force the runoff into a much narrower channel, and it's going to run directly towards my property. Flooding already occurs on a regular basis. As a full-time resident, I see all 4 seasons. This is not a spring issue. It happens multiple times a year. I have provided you all with numerous photographs over different years, over different seasons, and it really does tell that story. The applicant's proposed site plan does not, in my view, accurately show the location of the creek and its flooding capacity. It does not show the continuation of the creek along my driveway and into the culvert and into the lake. It's just drops right off of the site plan. I think that needs to be explored a little further. The creek area, including the basin on the applicant's property, is a nesting ground for turtles and ducks. There are fish and frogs breeding and living in this area. An increase in water flow, in my view, will cause a disturbance and perhaps destroy these nesting grounds. A 2-bedroom, 456 square foot, 3-season cabin insulated with a heat source currently resides on the township side of the lake, forming, I thought, part of 1224, but I'm told there's a 1223 and there's a 1224, 2 properties, one by the water, one on the other side of the road. The one by the water has a cabin, 2 bedrooms and a kitchen, full service. With a proposed new build of 1,277 square feet on the other side of the property, there's a total now of 1,733 square feet and a total of 5 bedrooms. In my recent experience, a 5-bedroom property would require a 6,000 liter septic tank and sufficient drainage. And I know because I just installed one in June. When the applicant first arrived, I believe in 2021, as the new property owner, the incinerator toilet that was in the cabin by the water was removed. The metal toilet component of the incinerator toilet was left by the side of the road where it still resides. I've given you a photo of that so that you can see it for yourself. A reliable source informed me that a new regular flushing toilet was installed into the cabin beside the lake. And I asked the question, is there an appropriate septic, sewage, holding, processing facility in that vicinity to accommodate that flushing toilet? That's my question. My last point is this. Climate change and extreme weather is already upon us. Storms, heavy downpours, only getting worse. The flooding is likely to increase in volume in this area and with frequency. Please do not amend these bylaws. The township has put time and effort in to create. They're there to protect. Please do not set a precedent to future developers who want to compromise the protection of existing residents and the ecosystem that we all like to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. We have been advised several times by our planner that there is no precedent in planning. Each property is dealt with on an individual basis. But I would like to ask for clarification about the property on the Shore Road allowance.
Yes, so there is a structure located on the opposite side of the road on the water side. However, it is on a township road allowance, so it is not in any way attached to this property. It's a completely separate matter.
It would sound though that we need to do a little bit of follow-up on the activity there.
That is something we're looking into, but yeah, it's separate from this application.
Do members of council have questions for Ms. Welch? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the application? Either for or against? Come forward.
Hello, my name is Jan Carnegie. Let me just sign in here.
Just one other point from Ms. Welsh. We do have a topographical map so that we can clearly see where the creek flows and that it does flow onto your
I
property.
have submitted mine, I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, but mine has elevation measurements within it. Not just a photograph, but
Yeah, so that one is not Miss Welsh's, but she did submit one, which I believe was forwarded to council. If not, I can, but it's, yeah.
Go
Hi.
ahead, sorry.
No problem. Hello, everyone. I am a new, basically permanent resident of Halls Lake. We've been here since 2014 down the road. And we have just this year moved permanent residences, so we're very happy to be here full time.
Welcome.
We are still working a little bit, but that's going to change very soon. I did submit a letter to Sean, and I believe you may or may not have received it already, but I would like to read it out for the record and add a couple of comments that I've come up with since then.
Go ahead.
My letter is to Sean O'Callaghan, planner, Township of Algonquin Highlands. My husband and I are writing this email in response to the zoning amendment posted at 1223, 1224 Halls Lake Road for the property described as part lot 13, concession 10, Stanhope. And this is file number Algonquin Highlands, Zulu Bravo Alpha 005/23. We have concerns and disagree with allowing this property to be rezoned. First and foremost, this lot is mostly a natural wetland and water drainage area. Secondly, this property already has, and I know this has been addressed, but this was my original email. This property already has a 2-bedroom single-family dwelling directly on the waterfront when purchased by the owner. It also has a bunk that, or had a bunk that sleeps 4 on the subject land. See the attachment 1 that I have attached, and it is a copy of the listing for the property sale. The property has a creek and a wetland area, which is the main natural runoff for water running from the north side of Halls Lake, or sorry, Hawk Lake Road down into Halls Lake. Over the years, especially recently, we have seen and have photographed the amount of water which can flow in this area. And I've attached 3 different photographs. The zoning amendment is not a small adjustment, and it affects the lakeside as well as the back lot. We must take into account that if this amendment is allowed, the proposed buildings will be at the boundary of the reduced setback, but the land around the structure will be required to be built up as well. Now, I understand they did say they were going to put it up on posts, but that does not include what they're going to do for a driveway. You can't put a driveway on posts. This will encroach on the wetland area even more, causing extreme flooding on neighboring properties. These properties are already subject to flooding in wet weather. The amount of material needed to fill in the wetland area to build a structure would be enormous and will affect not only the natural drainage of the area, but also the ecosystem that we're trying to protect with Halliburton County Bylaw 4169. Halliburton County created the Shoreline Preservation Bylaw 4169 to control waterfront development, regulating the removal of trees as well as alteration of grades within 20 meters of the high water mark of all lakes, rivers, streams, and ponds. This zoning amendment goes against what the county is trying to preserve. Bylaw 4169 is intended to stop owners who intend to significantly alter the grade or topography in a manner that increases the flow of surface water to neighboring lands or bodies of water. It also is intended to apply to situations when significant removal of trees or vegetation is proposed. There have already been a number of trees taken down without permission in this wetland area by the previous owner, and this zoning amendment will see the majority of other trees removed from the area within the 20-meter boundary, some of which are already marked for removal. Allowing this zoning amendment goes against bylaws already in place to protect the lake and the environment. We believe we will be setting a bad precedent if allowed to proceed, which I understand has been addressed. We hereby strongly disagree with the zoning amendment. We believe that due diligence by the buyer when purchasing this property should have been done. This back property is a wetland, not a building site, and we believe it should remain protected. And this current property and the current property owners in this area should also be protected from the increased flooding that will inevitably occur with this amendment if it is allowed to proceed. With respect, Jan and Gerald Carnegie, 1307 Halls Lake Road. I would like to add to that. I understand after I sent this email that council may not have been aware of the building on the waterfront original shore road allowance, I believe the term is. If the applicant purchased this property 1224, which is on the north side of the road, who purchased the shore road allowance building? And if they're not claiming it as part of their property, who does it belong to and who is using it? So I think that really does need to be taken into account with this application. It is technically no building on 1224, but they do use and own the shore road allowance as part of their property. So I believe it should be part of the application. And any amendments to that building, from what I understand, and I could be incorrect, but any renovations to the building on the shore road allowance would require the owners of 1224 to purchase that section of property in order to do any renovations. I think that is the process. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. That's pretty well all I have to say. Anyone has any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Carnegie? You have heard us and ask for inquiries about the
Yes.
shore road allowance property. So that will definitely take place.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against the application?
Hello, my name is Audrey Jameson and my husband John and I own the property at 1255 Halls Lake Road, which is also adjacent to 1224 because we own all the property in behind the cottages. No, what is signing? I would like the record to show that we are opposed to the proposed amendments. Why have a zoning bylaw at 30 meters from the high water mark is all, if all you have to do is apply to have it reduced to 15 meters. This is a drastic reduction. I'm not going to, the previous speakers have spoken to many of the environmental concerns. We are also concerned about flooding to our adjacent property, which is behind the proposed dwelling. We're worried about what's going to happen to the roots of the many trees that are on our adjacent property. The applicant has stated that there's no history of floods, but we all know with climate change that the flooding is getting worse every year, and we witness that as well, especially in the springtime. I just want to also speak to a bit of character on this. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And the proposed lot right now has garbage thrown on it, gas cans, ladders, life jackets, an old outhouse. And this does not speak to character of someone that's going to take great pride in the environment, because it already looks like the dump it once was years and years ago. So that is it. Again, both my husband, John, and I are opposed to the amendments put forward.
Any questions for Ms. Jameson? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the application? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to the application? If you'd like to bring them on. Are they there? Okay, I'm assuming there's no one else in the audience who wants to speak to this particular application.
May I just?
You wish to respond to some of the comments that are made? Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to come back and speak again. I was just wanted to address if there's any concern regarding cutting trees. We don't mind, like we are willing to add new trees to the property, so that if there was like cut a tree, we can basically return another tree if we have to cut. And regarding the driveway, if that's a concern, we don't mind just removing that driveway and put it elsewhere as well in the property, just if it can help the process. I just wanted to point this out.
Okay, thank you. Keep in mind that cutting down a big tree and replacing it with a small tree does not resolve a problem of stability. But anyway, thank you.
No worries.
So still no action online? Questions or comments from council? Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
Just in one of the drawings, in regard to the site plan, it does show that the septic is in the proximity of the asphalt driveway. How would that work?
I believe there is another, on the topographic plan, it shows just a straight driveway. So they wouldn't actually be constructing the driveway over the septic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is that we are proposing to defer the application and that a drainage study be requested. Does council also wish to ask for an environmental impact study? Councillor Richards, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I believe Halls Lake is a lake of concern, especially with drainage and runoff. So I would like to see an environmental assessment done there.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
And I concur. I'd really like to see one done. And as I'm sure is the practice, it would be great to take forward some of the concerns outlined today and make sure that the assessors are aware of those so that we can speak to them directly to quell any concerns or verify those concerns.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no more comments or presentations with respect to this application, we'll move on to the application by Weeb in the Township of Sherburne.
The subject lands are zoned shoreline residential 2, exception 6, and designated waterfront under the official plan. The property is approximately 25.28 acres in area with 91.4 meters of frontage on Quagama Lake. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential, and the lands are currently developed with a single-family dwelling. The property is subject to application for consent H-04322 in order to sever a 0.19 acre portion to be added to an adjacent property to the south. The shoreline residential 2 exception 6 does note that the property, or sorry, that the minimum setback for any new structure shall be 30 meters. And the lands will be subject to site plan control. All other requirements applicable to the shoreline residential type 2 shall continue to apply. The benefiting parcel is currently zoned just shoreline residential 2, and the proposed zoning amendment will remove the exception from only the portion of land that's being severed to result in consistent zoning for the benefiting lands. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website, and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Any questions from council on this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak to either for or against the application? We have someone online.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Boyd, and I'm legal representative of the owner of the benefiting lands, and I also assisted with the submission of this application. My attendance today is only to address any questions that council may have had, but hearing none, I have no further comments.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the application? Okay, then if you'd like to review your report on Palmer in the township of Sherburne, I believe these two are connected.
Yes, this is also connected to the severance application. So this property is zoned shoreline residential 2, exception 6, and designated waterfront under the official plan. This property is approximately 18.9 acres in area with 198.1 meters of frontage on Quagama Lake. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential, and the lands are currently developed with a single-family dwelling. This property is subject to application for consent H-04422 to sever a 1.32 acre portion of land to be added to the adjacent property to the south. Again, this is to remove the exception in order for there to be consistent zoning on the benefiting lands. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the subject property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website, and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Any questions on this particular application? Hearing none. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the application?
So again, both are connected, and I have no further comments since there's no questions. Thanks.
Any questions for Ms. Boyd? Hearing none. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. Everything will be taken into consideration. I would like to have a mover and a seconder to come out of the public meeting and go into regular session. Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the public meeting be adjourned at 9:39 a.m. and the regular meeting of council resume.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have 4 resolutions with respect to these applications. So could I have a mover and a seconder for the resolution with respect to the Simon application? Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 5523 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 22, concession 5, geographic Stanhope Maple Lake, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023, and the council directs a bylaw be tabled for consideration during its regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder with respect to the application by Kamal and Heine in the township of Stanhope? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 56 regarding the zoning of lands located at part of lot 13, concession 10, geographic township of Stanhope, Kamal and Henna, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023, and that council defers the application and request a drainage plan and an environmental impact study be completed and submitted by the applicant for council's further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder with respect to the application by Weeb in the township of Sherburne? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 5723 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 19, concession 11, geographic township of Sherburne. We be submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023, and that council directs a bylaw be tabled for consideration during its regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, a mover and a seconder for the application from Palmer in the township of Sherburne. Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 5823 regarding rezoning of lands located at part of lot 19, concession 11, geographic township of Sherburne, Palmer, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023, and the council directs a bylaw be tabled for consideration during its regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. Once again, thank you everyone for your participation and your input. Much appreciated. We will now take a 10-minute break before we hear from our delegations. Delegations this morning. First, we'd welcome Mr. Peter Sale from the Muskoka Watershed Council to give us an update. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. There is a presentation. There is a presentation that should come up.
It's up behind you,
Okay.
which makes it a little challenging maybe for you to follow, but
And I can't control it, can I say?
when you want the page to change, just
I'll just,
say the word.
yeah, okay.
Next
That's
page,
fine. We'll
please.
keep it simple. First of all, thank you, Mayor Danielson and councilors for the opportunity. The last time I was here was well before COVID, and it was in the middle of winter and everything was covered in snow. It's lovely to see that it isn't like that at this time of year. I'm going to be brief. Could I have the next slide, please? What I'm going to do today, I'm going to spend a very short period telling you who the Watershed Council is, because we find that's necessary all the time. I'm then going to focus on some of the information coming out of our 2023 Watershed Report Card. So you're getting a sneak preview. I hoped it was going to be out by now. It will be out sometime this summer. We're working very hard, but it's not there yet. But I'm going to give you a sneak preview and some of the information that comes out of it, the main message, and then that leads into what we're doing this year, next year, and into the future. And we do end up with a small request. So have the next slide, please. The Watershed Council, as some of you will know, has been around for over 20 years. I think it's now 22 years. We're a not-for-profit incorporated in Muskoka, in Ontario, sorry. We're volunteer-driven entirely. We have a strong relationship with the district municipality of Muskoka, which we've had since our inception, which provides mostly in-kind support, a tiny amount of direct support. And however, we are an independent voice. We are not part of the government. And we pride ourselves on providing nonpartisan, apolitical, scientifically informed advice to municipalities on environmental issues. In fact, we distinguish ourselves from the many other environmental NGOs in this region, and there's a number of them, and they're doing excellent work. We distinguish ourselves as the only one which routinely, as part of what we do, provides that kind of advice to municipalities. We sometimes provide advice when a municipality requests it. Mostly we provide advice before you even know you need it, but we are constantly doing that. And coming to you once a year, as we're now going to be doing, is a way of informing you of what we're doing. The next one. So we have a mission. Our mission used to be championing watershed health, and lots of us wondered what that really meant. So we got more specific this year. We now empower our community. And when I say our community, and I'll use the word Muskoka, Muskoka with a small m, and for me, Muskoka extends from Algonquin Park all the way to Georgian Bay, the entire watershed. That's our community. We accomplished our mission in 3 different ways. And the first is the way that most people recognize the outreach, the communication, the stewardship, the Love Your Lake program, the stewardship conferences, articles in the media, that sort of thing. The second way I've already mentioned, providing policy advice and information, particularly to municipalities. We have now started, as of about 2 years ago, we are going to always, when a municipality has a major policy document being revised or new, when it's up for public comment, we provide written comment on it. And we're doing that diligently for every municipality in the watershed. We also, to a small extent, contribute to the growing body of environmental knowledge, the database, which is becoming more and more necessary for the management of this complicated system we call our environment. Next slide. So moving on to our report card. This is the 6th report card we've produced since 2004. It will, as I say, come out in the next couple of weeks or the next month. Excuse me. We do this every 5 years approximately as a way of bringing environmental quality to the front of people's minds on a regular basis and keep people thinking about it. Our environment is critically important, not only to our quality of life, which I think is a huge importance, but also to our economy. Our economy depends on this environment, and this environment is a complicated environmental ecosystem, and managing it is much more difficult than managing environment in a place like Mississauga. So we produce one of these every 5 years approximately. This year we have a very simple main message, but it's a disturbing message. The message is that our healthy ecosystem continues to deteriorate in a number of ways. And it's clear that the current forms of environmental management and land use planning are not up to the job of correcting these worrying trends. That's a, excuse me, I don't know what's happened. That is a much stronger message than we've put out in previous years. Although if you look at our earlier report cards, you'll find that we do talk about deterioration in them. But this deterioration is becoming important. I'm going to give you 5 examples of the sorts of deterioration we're talking about. The next slide. The first thing I'll point out is our lakes are losing calcium. And it's a pity that the image, oh, it's not on there. Okay, it's on mine. It's right over I've got a little picture right over the message. Our lakes are losing calcium. And in 2016, half our lakes were below the 2.5 milligram per liter threshold, which is a level of calcium at which a number of the important organisms that live in the lakes are incapable of building their skeletons. Excuse me. This obviously is bad for the lakes. It's something that's been going on for a while, and it is continuing. It is part of a general loss of calcium. Oh, thank you. It's part of a general loss of calcium in our environment. Our forests are affected in the same way. It's all the fresh air. I've been
Too much fresh air.
I've been living in Bryce Fresh. Okay, the next slide. Our lakes are also getting saltier, and you know where the salt is coming from. In 2022, 25% of the lakes sampled had chloride concentrations in excess of 10 milligrams per liter, which again is a critical threshold. That's one at which a number of the zooplankton in our lakes that are responsible for transferring all the energy from sunlight into fish and other things. A number of those zooplankton cannot cope with concentrations of chloride that high, and they die. So that's critical, and those are the red bars in this graph. But actually, this graph tells us another story. Only the lakes in the extreme left-hand bar, the one that's labeled less than 1 milligram per liter, are unaffected by the salt which we put into the environment. Every single one of those lakes to the right of that bar has been affected, and that's a substantial portion of our lakes. And they're becoming a little saltier each year. It is becoming a serious problem. Next slide. We have a number of different kinds of results due to climate change that are becoming apparent. This is just one of many that we could have picked on, but I thought it was kind of a fun one to show you. In the last 100 years, we've gained a month of rainy days. Now, that may not seem like a big deal. You know, you can live with a little bit more rain. But our climate is noticeably wetter. And that has implications for our forests, our wetlands, our lakes, the whole water cycle. And that's changing the nature of this place, and therefore changing the way we have to manage it. The next slide. Another effect of climate change is that our lakes are covered by ice for 20 fewer days per year than they were in 1975. That has important consequences for people who like to snowmobile, ice fishing. It has important consequences for the construction industry, and it has consequences for the winter tourism industry. But it also has significant consequences for the environment, because those lakes are open for 20 more days a year. That's 20 more days to do all the things they do, all the biological activity. It's 20 more days for evaporation to take place. It's 20 more days for the water to warm up. As a consequence, our lakes are now different kinds of places, different kinds of systems to what they were in 1975. And that is likely to also continue as climate change continues. Next slide. And the last one of the 5 that I'm showing you is simply the occurrence of algal blooms. They never used to occur. We never had to think about them. Now they are occurring pretty well every year, not in large numbers. In 2022, there were only 5 confirmed cases of blue-green algal blooms reported in the whole of Muskoka. But every time one occurs, it impacts that lake and affects the quality of life of people who depend on that lake. People who are living there, people who are visiting, people who are coming here to enjoy that lake is affected. We don't want them to become more common than they are. We'd like them to go away again. There are a number of reasons why it's happening. The science is not yet there in terms of which reasons are the most important, but it is another change in our environment. And so putting all these kinds of trends together, we see lots of ways in which the environment is getting slowly worse. It's still very good, but it's getting slowly worse. And if we sit and watch it for 20 years, it's going to be a lot worse. And so we have some decisions to make. And the fact is that the way in which we manage is not designed for the system that we're trying to manage. This is a living, dynamic ecosystem, and we're trying to manage it with a system of policies and procedures which is put in place for something which doesn't ever change. Next slide, please. As one example, we have a watershed. The green color there is the Muskoka River. The blue one is the Severn Black River watershed. Each of those watersheds is an ecological unit. It functions as an ecological unit. It is a dynamic, changing, interconnected thing, and managing it is complicated. We have many separate municipalities, each managing bits of it, which is not an efficient way to do it. It's not an effective way to do it. We have no flood management plan. We have a Muskoka water management plan, which was never designed for controlling floods, although people think it was. And it can't control floods because it doesn't have the capacity to manage. That's just one example. And we're not just talking about managing water. We're talking about managing the environment. Managing this environment should be done at an ecosystem scale. It should be done at a watershed scale. And that means collaboration among municipalities to a degree that has never occurred before. Next slide, please. And this brings me to one of the things that we've been talking about since 2018, and that is integrated watershed management. We started talking about it in 2018. This document was put out in 2020, making a case for bringing it here. We had a stewardship conference in 2019, which focused on this topic, and it has been picked up by decisions made by municipalities and by the province since that time. The goal is to make land use, infrastructure, water management decisions at the watershed scale, which means every time a decision is made, one thinks not just about the local present problem, but how it ramifies out to affect the entire system. I'm not going to go into the details of how integrated watershed management works, but it involves quite a number of changes from the way we do things today. And it's going to require much more integration of municipalities with each other. It's also going to require more effective integration between provincial and municipal levels of government, not simply top down, but also bottom up. It's going to have to be done collaboratively. We're not talking about bringing in a new layer of bureaucracy to sit over everyone and tell everyone what to do. We're talking about using the existing regulatory capacities, but using them in a more integrated, more effective way. We've been working on this since 2018. As I mentioned, we brought out a report in January, which is on our website, which gives 6 case studies where this has been done in other jurisdictions. It hasn't been done in Ontario yet. It's been done in other parts of Canada. It's been done in the States. It's been done overseas. We're saying it needs to be done in Muskoka, small m Muskoka. It needs to be done in Muskoka. And quite frankly, if we don't do it, we're going to see continuation of the degradation that we don't want to see. It involves a lot of work to get there. We're talking about a 10-year project, not a 1-year project. We've started informing watershed partners. We're starting to put out more information. We're planning for workshops and conferences to bring people up to speed. We're building community support. We have a community roundtable, which is a committee of the Watershed Council, which meets once a month. It's currently meeting on Zoom once a month. It's been educating itself. It's now getting to the point where it can start reaching out and educating others. A lot of collaboration is necessary. A lot of political will is needed. We think we can provide some leadership in the beginning of this process. We think we can help build some of that political will, but we need help to do it. Next slide, please. And this is one of the reasons for visiting each of the municipalities. We're looking for your participation, not simply a letter of support or passing a motion, but your participation, your engagement as a municipality, your staff, your councillors engaged in this process, working with others to build something new that will be a benefit to all. As I say, we're going to provide some leadership in the beginning. Ultimately, it's obviously going to be taken over by municipalities working together in some kind of a structure that we've got to build. It's going to cost money. It's going to take time. And it's going to require the engagement of everybody. We think it's exciting. We think it's worthwhile. We think it is something that could put this part of Ontario sort of on the map as, you know, gee, look at them. They're really doing a good thing. And we also think it's necessary because the alternative is to go back to continuing the way we're going. And we don't want to do that because then we just see everything decline. And then one day we look at it and we say, gee, it isn't the way it used to be. And we've got to avoid that. And so my ask to you is 2 asks, really. The first is get involved, learn about it. You're already involved in the sense that Councillor Richards is a member of the Watershed Council and participating very actively. We want to see that communication between us increase. And we want you to see the value of being a part of this. The second ask is we'd like to come back to you at an appropriate time later this summer into the fall when you're putting your budget together for 2024, because we would like to request some modest funding to help with the work of getting the message out, building the information, educating people, including municipalities, to build this process as it moves forward. We're not talking big money, but we're talking, you know, more than $1,000. So this is something we would like to do. We hope that we'll have an opportunity to come back and do it. That brings me, I think, to the last slide, which simply says, thank you. draw your attention to our watershed website. There's a wealth of information there. There's a whole section on integrated watershed management. But I'd be happy to answer any questions if there's time. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all the work that you and the Watershed Council do. I know that it is a volunteer process and you know, we can't say enough in the form of thanks.
Thank you.
It's interesting that you would be a delegation on the same day as the county's climate change coordinator is going to
I
be.
noticed that. And
Which is,
incidentally, it's excellent that municipalities have picked up on the business of climate change. We shouldn't be doing that in silos. We should be looking to each other, seeing ways of doing it together. And we should see the climate change response as really part of the management of this whole environment we're living in. So no criticism of what's being done, but there's an opportunity there that has been missed so far, which brings the municipal efforts together in effective ways. So.
well, as I'm sure
stay
you're
tuned.
aware, the county's climate change coordinator works on behalf of the county and all four of the lower
Okay,
tier
right.
municipalities.
Which is good.
Which, you know, at some point may expand,
Yeah.
as you're suggesting possibly should. The other thing I wanted to mention before we go to questions is the fact that the Watershed Council has spoken several times to the county council. And there has been some initial discussion, and I really don't know where it's going to go about the possibility of the county of Halliburton establishing their own watershed council, whether that would just encompass Halliburton itself or beyond. And that there have been some discussions about working with the Muskoka Watershed Council to assist us in let's say, investigating that.
I would be, on behalf of the Watershed Council, we'd be delighted to help. Yes.
So I would go to council and ask if you have any questions. Obviously, with respect to the budget request, we would, you know, need that
Sure.
early fall, which would form part of our budget deliberations.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I don't have any questions. I just want to express my gratitude for your presentation and also for the language that you used within your presentation. You said a couple of things that really helped crystallize worries and thoughts that I've had for years, specifically about how the systems we use to manage our environment are static while the environment is not static. And there is almost a collision between those two. And I did write down exactly what you said. That was not a precise replica of what you said, but I'm really grateful for that type of language because it does help to clarify our thinking. And you can be sure tonight I'm going to be on your website and looking at the case studies that you referred to. I'm intrigued.
If I could add to that, the reason we have management procedures and policies and traditions that assume the environment is static is twofold. One, management developed in cities and towns where the environment was basically bare ground. We'd already turned it into something that it wasn't before. In a place like this, you're managing an environment which is 90% still a natural environment. And that's a very different thing. So that's one of the reasons why the management system is wrong for it. The other reason is that until 1950, 1960, maybe even 1970, the pace of change in the environment of this part of the world was not very fast. You know, we'd had a long period of time where you could think of it as being stable. We're not in that time anymore. It's changing very rapidly. Climate change is pushing it in all sorts of directions. We've got other pressures which we're putting on. And so the the rate at which the rate at which the environment changes and the ways in which it changes are being increased over what they were before. And so for both of those reasons, that's why our system is inadequate. It's not because we're stupid and never thought about it, or because we didn't try hard enough when we were building the rules and regulations, but they don't work anymore, not in a place like this.
Any questions or comments? Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm sure that we will hear from you again later on in the year.
Yes, you will. Thank you very much. I'm going to sneak out the door. Well, thank you.
Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the Muskoka Watershed Council's delegation? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Peter Sell, Chair of the Muskoka Watershed Council regarding an update on the Muskoka Watershed Council and planned activities.
All in favor? That's carried. Next, we'll welcome Corey McKay, Climate Change Coordinator Extraordinaire.
Good morning, Mayor Danielson and members of council. I'm excited to present to you today the county's Community Climate Action Plan that was approved by County Council on June 28th. And as you mentioned, a great compliment to the last delegation. So I'll just be following along the presentation. So climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. Since the Industrial Revolution, humans have emitted significant greenhouse gas emissions, and this have trapped heat in our atmosphere and are changing the Earth's climate. We've already seen about 1.1 degrees of global average temperature rise since pre-industrial times. So we're already experiencing the impacts of climate change, and therefore we have to adapt. However, we can still avoid the worst impacts of climate change if we mitigate, which means to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions that are causing climate change. There are many synergies between mitigation and adaptation. So for example, a tree acts as a carbon sink, which contributes to climate change mitigation. And it also helps to absorb stormwater runoff, which contributes to adaptation. So the Community Climate Action Plan looks at both adaptation and mitigation, since there's many synergies between the two, through what we call a low carbon resilience framework. Next slide. Climate change is a global issue that makes the most sense to address at the local level. So municipalities are on the front lines of responding to climate impacts, and they also influence about half of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions through things like land use and transportation planning. Through building more sustainable and resilient communities, we can improve community health and well-being, create local jobs, improve biodiversity, reduce energy costs, and avoid long-term damages from climate impacts down the road. These are what we call co-benefits of climate action, making climate solutions win-win opportunities. The vision we came up with after much community consultation is that Haliburton County is a place where biodiversity and natural assets are preserved and climate-friendly options are convenient, desirable, and affordable. So the first piece there is that Haliburton County is rich with wetlands and forests, and these really act as natural climate solutions, and it's important to protect those. And the second important piece is that the solutions to climate change already exist. We just need to find ways to make them more accessible or exciting for people. Next slide, please. So to give a little bit of background on how we got here, in the fall of 2021, we finalized a community greenhouse gas inventory and a local climate projection report. So this provided the baseline information that was necessary to develop the plan and achieved milestone 1 of the Partners for Climate Protection program. Next, we formed an advisory group that was made up of members of each council, county staff, as well as experts from around the community. And so this group met 4 times over the course of 2022 to provide input on the development of the plan, and they were an extremely valuable resource. Next, we looked out into the community as a whole and designed community engagements that were meant to be both educational and also allow for ample opportunity for feedback into the plan. Both of these engagements got great response rates, the first with over 400 responses and the second with nearly 300. And then lastly, we met with local organizations to get their feedback into the plan as well. Next slide, please. So to highlight some of the most prevalent climate impacts, overall, we're seeing warmer, wetter, and wilder weather. And when we discuss climate impacts, it's important to note that not everybody's impacted in the same way. Some people are more vulnerable to the impacts than others. So with warmer weather, we're seeing higher average temperatures with more extreme heat waves. And as an example, people who work outside, people who don't have access to air conditioning or other cooling methods in their home, or people with pre-existing health conditions are going to be more vulnerable to this warmer weather. We're also seeing wetter weather, as was mentioned earlier, with more extreme rainfall events with longer dry spells in between those events. And we're seeing wilder weather with more frequent and intense storms. Next slide, please. So this slide gives an overview of our local greenhouse gas emissions. We used 2019 as the baseline year. The majority of local emissions are a result of both transportation as well as homes and buildings. In a business as usual scenario, we're going to see more homes and more vehicles on the road that will increase our emissions. However, there are policies and programs already in place looking to draw down emissions. So our federal government's committed to reduce emissions by 40 to 45% by 2030, and our provincial government's working towards a 30% reduction by 2030. So this will help to mitigate the growth in emissions that we'll see. The draft plan sets a target to reduce emissions by 25% by 2030 with a long-term goal of net zero by 2050. Next slide, please. There are 6 overarching strategies in the plan with 29 actions underneath, and these actions are a mix of education and capacity building, programs, and policy. The first strategy is shifting away from the personal vehicle. Haliburton and Algonquin Highlands are geographically large and rural communities, so the solutions for public and active transportation will look different than those in an urban area, but increasingly there are unique and innovative solutions available. Strategy 2, switching to zero emission vehicles. As we continue to rely on private vehicles, zero emission vehicles will be an important solution locally. On Saturday, the county hosted an event with Plug and Drive at Abbey Gardens to allow the community to learn more about electric vehicles and have the opportunity to test drive them in a sales-free environment. And there was a constant flow of people all day, and we had over 50 test drives completed. So it was really great to see the interest from the community on that. The third strategy, retrofitting existing homes, cottages, and buildings. Energy efficient upgrades are a really cost-effective way to reduce our emissions. Approximately 5,000 households in the county experience energy poverty, so there's an opportunity to reduce emissions while also making life more affordable for people as well. Strategy 4, encouraging low carbon new development. So there are ways in which we could encourage or incentivize building lower carbon upfront, which is less expensive than retrofitting later. Strategy 5, accelerating local production of low carbon energy. So locally produced energy can provide greater resilience against power outages, provide energy independence against rising global prices, as well as help to keep money in our local economy. And lastly, protecting our natural assets. So our natural assets contribute to both climate change mitigation and adaptation. So it's important to assess what we have and then work to protect it. Next slide, please. So as we move towards implementation, while the county would champion the plan, it will be most successful if we collaborate, as was mentioned earlier. So across municipalities, both within the county as well as outside of the county, as well as forming partnerships, whether that be with other levels of government or the private sector. It will also be important to leverage funding opportunities, particularly for some of the larger scale actions in the plan, as well as building a culture of climate action, both across our municipalities as well as the community as a whole. Prioritizing cross-cutting actions. So there are some actions in the climate action plan that overlap with actions in our economic development strategy or our community safety and well-being plan. So there's opportunities here to achieve multiple benefits, as well as continuously monitoring and reviewing progress. So to ensure the plan doesn't sit on a shelf, it will be important to continue with annual climate action progress reports, as well as re-inventory our community emissions every 5 years or so. And lastly, we are reestablishing the advisory group as an implementation group. So we're looking for an appointment for an Algonquin Highlands representative. And for the last slide, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released an important report earlier this year. They highlighted that we need deep and immediate greenhouse gas reductions across all sectors this decade, and that feasible and effective options for mitigation and adaptation are already available. So this really is the most critical time to take action and avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So to end with a quote, our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, all at once. I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for your presentation. And despite the fact that I'm sure that you painfully have to listen to the odd person say climate change is hoax, we know that it's not, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing on behalf of us all. I would ask if anyone has any questions for Corey. Hearing none. Thank you again. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the delegation?
Are we looking to appoint someone?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, totally forgot that part. Now, I believe that Deputy Mayor Dayu is a member on behalf of the county. And I guess it would look to members of council to determine a level of interest in participating as a member of the climate change committee. Somebody's going to have to step forward.
It doesn't matter, sure.
You'd like to submit your name?
Well, sure.
Okay. That work? All right. Thank you for that. I could have just arbitrarily appointed somebody, but I thought I'd like to actually have somebody say, I'll do that. So could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the delegation and appoint Councillor Richards? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council received a delegation from Corey McKay, Climate Change Coordinator, regarding the Community Climate Action Plan, and further council appoints Councillor Richards as the township representative on the Community Climate Action Plan Advisory Committee.
All in favor? That's carried. And of course, anybody who's got concerns or questions or wants to know more information can always ask or have input. Thanks again.
Thank you.
We have a third delegation. Are they going to be online or in person?
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Savas Feratis. I'm from Plan Muskoka, and I'm here this morning as a delegation on behalf of my client, Jonathan Bear, who has a application for OSRA closure that is being considered here on this agenda here later on, I believe, in the agenda. I don't really have a lot to speak to. I just wanted to give a very brief synopsis on what's being proposed, and I guess I could start by saying that I have read staff's report on the matter, and I understand the recommendation is to defer the decision of this OSRA until a later date. I've spoken to our client about this, and we actually had a meeting with Mr. O'Callaghan before this matter is being held here today, and he explained his position on the matter, and we were all sort of in agreement that we're okay with proceeding on the basis that we defer this OSRA closure, that a license of occupation be applied for in the meantime, and that would basically deal with the usage of the OSRA prior to closing. Just to give you a little bit of background, this matter is for an OSRA closure that's actually not adjacent to the lands specifically that are it's going to be tied or used by. The property in question that's going to be benefiting the OSRA closure is Rockaway Island, and that's on Rockaway Lake. And that's a pretty unique situation in that Rockaway Island is actually the only private property on the entire lake. So all lands surrounding the island and on the shorelines of the lake are crown lands, and the OSRA is actually in township ownership, but it's basically completely surrounded by public land. So what this would do is basically close a small portion of the OSRA directly adjacent from the island. And when I say directly adjacent, it's not like there is a required boating sort of situation to travel across the lake to access the island from the shoreline. It actually is about 30 or 40 feet from the shoreline, and it's historically been accessed from this point throughout the years that Rockaway Island has been developed and used privately. And currently there is a sort of this ad hoc raft system, which Mr. Callahan could speak more to. He's traveled on it before through a site visit to the property. Basically, this access point has been used for some time, and what this would do is allow the current landowners who are seeking to develop these lands the ability to construct something a little bit more safer and permanent in that location. And through the regular sort of approval authority requirements to do so. So the OSRA would be tied, if closed, would be tied to the island through planning. So there would be no ability for it to be separately conveyed or developed on its own. So that would alleviate any concerns in that regard. But that said, staff has raised concern with the idea of proceeding on with the closure up front. Like I said, they would like to see a license of occupation being applied for and used by this for this matter first. Then that would allow the access to the island, which just to let you know, the applicants have received approval from the Crown Authority to access these lands over the Crown lands to get to them for construction purposes. And then post-construction, I believe staff would be of the thoughts that they would be able to support the closure of the OSRA once sort of the final status of that property has been established. So I think we're here this morning just to basically hear staff say that they're seeking a deferral, and I just want to officially say that we accept that deferral, and we hope to sort of come back at a later date when the construction of the turnaround area and stuff in that area has been completed, and proceed with an OSRA closure. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have on the matter. Thank you.
I guess my first question would be to Sean. Do you wish to address this now or where it sits on the agenda?
I'm happy to proceed however council wishes. If you would like me to go through my report now, I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, we can deal with it later on in the agenda.
I'm thinking maybe it's helpful to address it now, and I'm sure what council thinks. Okay.
Apologies, 1 second.
The one question that I would have for you, sir, is it absolutely necessary that you require that length of the shore road allowance for the operations that you propose?
I can't necessarily guarantee that that's the exact length that's required, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why staff would like to see a deferral in this matter until the actual usage of that property becomes more permanent. We could very well result in an OSRA closure that is not quite as long, and I think like I said, it's a matter of trying to understand how that property is going to be used, and maybe this deferral allows us to establish that and come back with a more detailed review as to what lands are particularly needed to be closed and purchased by the landowners, and you might see a reduction in that width of the OSRA at that point in time.
Question, Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then Councillor Berry.
Thanks for your presentation. Would you please speak to the nature and volume of public use of that particular segment of the shore road allowance and the degree to which public use would be impacted by license of occupation and construction?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I believe currently there is a roadway or a trail that leads down to the shoreline directly to the west of the proposed OSRA closure area. That would not be impacted by the usage of these lands privately by this landowner. It was specifically purposely laid out that way in terms of the most western boundary of the OSRA closure lands were meant to be east of that location. And he's expressly said that he does not wish to impact public usage of that shoreline area, which I believe there's some fishing that occurs and some people put some boats in and around that area. But again, it is accessed through crown land, like a trail system. And yeah, the OSRA closure would not seek to impact that at all.
Councillor Berry.
I have two questions. My first question is, I'll just ask them together. If there has been a parking agreement in place with the Crown to date to act for being able to park to access the island. And then my second question is how does a cable car system, raft system get approval?
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, I don't think there is any parking permissions in place, like in terms of permanent parking for access to those lands through the Crown approval. It was specifically for construction purposes only. I don't think there was going to be any specific parking permanency allowed on that OSRA. It's always historically been accessed by way of like walking trails or ATVing down to the shoreline. So I don't believe that was the intent of using this OSRA as a parking area. And in terms of the cable car, it's hard to sort of, envision it in my mind, but if you were to see it with your own eyes, you'd see that it's a fairly rudimentary structure. It probably was established, 50, 60 years ago, and probably didn't go through any specific approval process to do so. But anything that would be built as a result of replacing that, like a footbridge or something along those lines, would have to go through the appropriate avenues through the town and or Crown to get those approvals.
Okay, Sean, if you would like to go ahead and give us your report and what your recommendations are.
Certainly. So yes, this is an application to purchase a portion of shore road allowance that is not directly adjacent to this property, but as Mr. Veratis has explained, it is quite close in proximity to this island property. At this time, staff's recommendation would be to defer the purchase of the shore road allowance and enter into a license of occupation during the period of construction that's going to be taking place on this property. And that would grant the applicant the ability to construct this temporary road to accommodate the construction that's going to be taking place. And after any rehabilitation of that disturbed area has taken place, I think it would be appropriate then to bring forward an application to actually purchase that land. And we would be able to tie the two pieces of land together so that they could not be sold independently and would remain as one for planning purposes. So that's my recommendation at this time.
Questions? Councillor Berry.
Each process would have its own, by giving a license of occupation does not guarantee that the shoreline would be able to purchase. That would come back as a second discussion.
That is correct.
I actually have a concern with I like the idea of the license of occupation. I have a concern with proceeding with the license of occupation, given the question that Deputy Mayor Dayu asked about, public use, access points, trails. That's not shown on any sketch for us to see, and I would like to actually see that information. I'm not sure that they need the amount of shore road allowance that's being proposed. So I'd like to defer the application completely. And come back with additional information, with respect to use and what actually there is there as far as road allowance, road access, trails, and where they fit into the the sketch. Any thoughts about that, Councillor Berry?
Traditionally, would the agreements that are in place with the Crown be shared with our planner? Or are they two separate entities?
So I do not have a copy of that approval, but I'm sure that we would be able to get something from the applicant.
I'm sure the applicant would have it, so that would be appreciated to have that as well. So we can see exactly what that entails. Councillor Short-Reed.
I agree with the mayor. The trails are used up there a lot by ATVers, campers, so on and so forth. So looking at that aspect is important.
Any other comments? So defer the application until we have a little bit more information. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillor Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 7123 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lots 29 and 30, concession 5, geographic township of Livingston, Rockaway Lane, Bear. That council defer application OSRA 923 made to stop up, close, and convey the said shore road allowance and direct staff to bring back further information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the presentation? Councillor Short-Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Savas Veritas Plan Muskoka regarding proposed shore road allowance application for Bear.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is Public Works and the Dorset Recreation Center. Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
What news have you for us?
Lots of good news.
Pardon me. It's-
Good morning, Mayor Danielson and council.
Good morning.
Just making sure, can everyone still hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. Great. I will get started. I'm here today to provide council with an update on the Dorset Recreation Center project and present the finalized costing and scope for it. There's been a kind of a handful of changes to the scope of the project since the initial RFP closed, which has taken some additional time to get everything in order. So those items are summarized within the attached memo in the council agenda. However, just for a quick review, starting with the first is the ventilation HVAC of the building. The original scope of work included a new HVAC system for the entire facility, which would have cost around $530 in discussion with the design builder. Through discussion with township staff and the design builder, the proposed package in front of council includes a ventilation system only, which an ERV system would be proposed, which reduces that cost by around $313,000 in comparison to the entire HVAC system. Additionally, there was a request to include a facade improvement to the front of the entrance to the building, which will include bringing some renderings and drawings before council for approval prior to construction. So council will note that within those fees for this item, the facade does not include an actual construction fee yet, only design administration plus a cash allowance at this time, as there's no way to really know that actual cost without having council approve a approved drawing for it. Likewise, for the topo survey or the AODA front entrance, the design builder has reviewed the topo survey provided to them and provided the same thing, a cash allowance and a administration and design cost, which has been included in the package. And lastly, the exterior waterproofing has been finalized with a fixed fee, and council will note there's a cash allowance involved with this as well. That's for issues found that may be possible bedrock hit or some other issues we may not know about against the foundation, which will require the funds to complete the work. In summary, a total fixed fee for this project's been finalized at just over $1.1 million, with a proposed cash allowance of $275,000. And that includes the AODA and the front facade, which is subject to change. For clarity, I guess, for council and for staff, a cash allowance and a contingency are typically used without decisions of council, meaning if there's a cash allowance for the foundation, in order to keep the project rolling, that's included within the contract price. So staff are able to make that decision to, perhaps it's excavate additional rock and utilize that cash allowance. Other than the AODA and the front facade in this case, those would still require a council approval, but would be included in the actual final contract value. So as we finalize the contract documents, we will be looking into whether we include a 10% contingency as well into this project. It's totally choice of council. There already is a cash allowance, but the contingency would be more for the more unknowns of the project. I'd like to think of the cash allowance as more of they're knowns, but we don't know they're unknowns, but we don't know the actual cost that might be involved. Contingency is typically for something that is completely unknown. Perhaps I give an example of cabinets are found to be so molded, there's no chance to actually clean them. We have to replace them. So that would be something you'd use a contingency allowance for. In closing, the contract is pretty much complete with a few minor items to be completed, being whether we include a 10% contingency allowance, and it will be ready for council or mayor execution and clerk execution. And I know Adam is in the crowd, so Mr. Thorne, I'll pass it over to you if you have anything to add in terms of the contract.
Anything you'd like to add at this point?
Through you, Mayor, no, nothing at this point.
Okay, so I can't tell you how happy I am to hear that we're finally at this point and that we can start to move forward with this project. It's been a long time coming, and in many people's minds, far too long coming. So that just adds to the level of satisfaction to see it finally moving ahead. But we've got a couple of decisions to make about facade improvements, about the accessibility improvements and the addition of a contingency, which in my mind is pretty much standard in any contract that we have contingency funds to deal with anything that is unknown. And I suspect we will find unknowns in this project. Personally, I think that, this is now coming in at about where I thought it would land. I was quite pleased to see the original bid submission. But I'm not surprised to see us landing where we are now. And I think that if we're going to go ahead with a project of this magnitude, I would like to see us include the accessibility aspects and improvements to the front facade. This is the best time to do it. We'll never get a better price to do it than when we're working on the project now. Those are just my thoughts, but I would look to all of you for questions and or comments or concerns. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I agree with those points entirely. I do have a question for the sake of clarity and not revision, which has to do with the HVAC system. And if we are not going to be installing a new HVAC, but only ventilation, what does that mean for heating and cooling? Are we using the old system? How long do we believe that will last before that needs to be revised, et cetera?
The intent with this, sorry, Adam, go ahead.
No. So like I'm sure Travis was about to say, was that the ventilation originally when we looked at the program was to change the heating source. Now we'll be utilizing the existing electric baseboard heaters that are in the building. And then as we move forward with any of our buildings, we keep assessing them annually, and as things need to be replaced, we would be looking at that. Going into a project to replace, as you can see, what the original cost was to replace the heating source with something other than electric heat. Obviously, that really will increase the cost of the replacement of it. But we all know electric heat is pretty sustainable, and it would be just upgrading the units as needed.
Councillor Shortreed.
The grant we got for ventilation, that will still apply to what we're doing now?
Through you, Mary. Yes, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that because we just spent Brian and myself and Angie and Jean actually all got together on that. And yeah, we did have a meeting with it. And as we did confirm that we were able to utilize the grant funding. Even though the design changed a little bit, it still fits within the ventilation program.
Councillor Berry.
In regards to the cash allowance and the contingency, considering that we are putting a cash allowance into the budget as well as a contingency, does the contingency need to remain at 10%?
Through you, Mayor, I would recommend that, yes, it does stay at 10%. It does look like a large number, but when we start running in, if we run into any problems, that could add up very quickly. And although, like Travis has mentioned earlier, that the cash allowances are for items that we know about, but we just don't know the full cost of it yet. This will really make a difference if we run into a problem of something that we are completely unaware of. So I would recommend that we do stay with the 10%.
And 10%, I think, is probably low as a standard that quite often it's larger than that. So as Adam says, it's for something completely unforeseen. Other questions? Comments? So I believe we have we have a resolution to move forward with the project. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moving forward with it based on what we've been presented with today. Councillor, well, okay, we'll take this side of the table. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives a project update from Travis Wilson, CTEC Construction Service Manager, engaged in engineering regarding the Dorset Recreation Center Rehabilitation Project. And that council awards Dorset Recreation Center RFP 2301 to Gano Building Group, including AODA entrance and front entrance facade in the amount of $1,412,590.12, excluding HST. And that council approve a 10% contingency amount of not more than $140,000. And that council hereby authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the CCDC contract between the corporation of the Township of Algonquin Highlands and Gano Building Group upon approval and to the satisfaction of the Public Works Supervisor and CAO. And further, that the treasurer make a recommendation to council at the end of the year with the project.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen. The only question that I have now is when can they start to work?
I believe
afternoon?
they do have they do have an intention to start the project right away. They are just as eager to get underway. And I think with the design changes, or the scope change, I should say, to the HVAC system, not putting any words right in their mouth yet, but I think we're on track probably to stay within the same schedule, probably have things finished up by end of year, kind of from the intent from the beginning. So we'll see once we begin some assessment, air quality assessment, and kind of some additional investigations. I'm sure township staff will be communicating back to council on it. So.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next on the agenda is the Green Burial Ad Hoc Committee update. That would be from yourself, Councillor Berry. Okay, well, I mean, June is the most up-to-date point, so.
The big, I guess, update from the committee is we tried to have a meeting where we could meet, and there was a torrential downpour and a couple members couldn't attend, and it just turned into a bit of a nightmare. So we had a second site visit for where the proposal is happening. And I do think it was a well worth visit, because what you see on paper and what you're talking about is completely different when you visit a site. From the site visit, some of the design proposal kind of came into question in regards to laneways and access. And at the site visit, we kind of came upon wondering if it made sense to reevaluate the proposed design and we've also decided to the committee sort of didn't support a gravel entrance to keep it as green as possible. So by looking at that, it sort of meant that maybe the space didn't need to be the size that was being proposed if gravel wasn't being included. So we came back to the committee table and Adam graciously offered to reevaluate his current design, and there will be a new design proposed to at the next table.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a good summary. I do believe that the layout that has already been established is still a really excellent option. So it's about adding one or two options to that. Do I understand that correctly for council's consideration rather than looking at a completely new one? That would be my only clarification.
Sort of the one issue that keeps kind of coming up over and over again is with the green burial. Traditionally you would pre-book your spot or purchase your area, and often you would purchase them together. But given how the green burials would work, that might not be the case. So there is some discussion coming forward, and there's sort of some sleuthing in the larger green burial society on how that looks, and if people are choosing to be buried in a green burial site, or if that's the priority versus being, next to a loved one. Because if we sell the plots in order of people being deceased, that would change how things are laid out.
Well, we look forward to hearing the results of the discussion. I mean, there's pros and cons, obviously, to both either direction being taken. Okay, I guess we would have a motion to receive both sets of minutes. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, the council receives the May 2023 and June 27th Green Burial Society Ad Hoc Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And thanks for your involvement in this, Adam. I know that it's created some additional or new horizons as far as work is concerned.
Thank you.
Okay, next is your Public Works monthly activity report.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mayor, I would like to just recognize a couple items on the monthly report. One that I actually didn't have in here, but was at the airport, was that the food truck is up and running. It's been up and running for a little while now, and there's pretty steady line of traffic down there. So it is nice to see that is busy through the summer months for us, or for them in our airport. Under generators, I wanted to just make note that we really don't speak a lot about the generators because they're pretty standalone, pretty stable units, but we did have one fail this past little while, which is now replaced, but we did go through the process of having to get some estimates and get a replacement for that. The airport generator, so we did have a generator left over from the Dorset office that was not currently being used, so it was decommissioned and kind of put to the side and was taken care of so that if we needed it into the future. And that moment came this year when the generator at the Dorset landfill had failed. So to save costs and help utilize some of the equipment we currently had, we moved the generator from the office in Dorset to the airport to power the entire airport property. The original generator that was there did not run the lights for the runway, taxiway, or hangars, and if the power was to go out. Now they do. It's been tested, works great, everything's going really well there. And then that generator was repurposed at the Dorset transfer station. And it should be up and running by the end of this week if it's not already. So just a little bit of shuffling of generators, but really glad that we were able to utilize one that was just sitting and waiting. So
good use of existing resources.
yes, that was a really, really good group effort by some of the managers and the CIO. So on top of that, the roads and street lighting, we have done our preparing for all our seasonal road resurfacing. So we're just waiting for the contractor to come in and get started on it. But all of it's been prepared and ready to go. And then last but not least here is just back up, sorry, the equipment would be that we have one tandem dump truck that is out of service for frame repair. It's wasn't caused by misuse or anything of that nature, just age of the vehicle and the nature of the vehicle. So no one was injured or anything along those lines. It was captured in a safety inspection, which is great. And we're just waiting on parts, unfortunately. So other than that, it's business as usual, and we're moving along through our projects pretty good.
Questions for Adam? Councillor Shortreed.
It's not a question, it's just a story I heard about two of Adam's staff the other day up at the tower. They were working up there and there was a problem up at the top of the tower with a young lad who was terrified to come down and no one knew what to do. So Adam's two guys went up the tower, took him down, coaxed him into coming down, bought him a shirt and ice cream. So kudos to Adam's staff. Amazing. Thank them for that.
Yeah, thank you. This was actually brought to my attention the other day, and I got the chance to talk to the staff members this morning, and I gave them a lot of praise for that because it's going above and beyond what we do, and it's really great to see that we have staff that have that mentality, that want to help, that will step outside and help someone like that. So you know, it wasn't a go up and pick them up and carry them to the bottom. They actually took the time to convince them and to you know, really go through to make sure he was going to be okay with coming down mentally, so that he could, you know, get over that that fear. So it was really great.
Much appreciated effort. One comment and one question. Unfortunate that the whole generator thing ended up making us defer our first airport committee meeting, and we're having a little bit of a challenge getting our first meeting together, but I look forward to that, and I look forward to you being able to participate with us and sort of get things moving there. I did wonder where we are with the engineering on North Shore Road, on the next portion of North Shore Road there. I don't know what direction it is.
Yeah, so I mean, the CIO can speak to this too, but for right now, what we've kind of gone with on a plan was having the new project manager come in, who is just absolutely gobbling up everything we give him, and he's great to work with. It's a lot that we've handed over, so we're just getting through those projects, and it is on the list for us to hit next. The DRC was obviously the main one that we wanted to get after, so between it and a couple, I believe, tower projects that we're working on, then the North Shore Road should be coming up very shortly. So you should be hearing something from that, I would say, by the end of the summer.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the Public Works activity report? Councilors Richards and Shortreed.
By Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives report PW 1723 submitted by Adam Thorne and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding monthly activities.
All in favor? That's carried. I'm finding for you the agreement with Miller Paving for supply and delivery of calcium.
Yeah, so this was brought to council a little while ago, the report on the calcium tender. Again, this was a joint project, another really good opportunity to work together, and this is just the contract for it.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with signing the contract? Councilors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives the agreement with Miller Paving for the supply, delivery, and application of liquid calcium chloride, and directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the said agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is a marathon of planning information. Looks to me like you've been a busy fella.
Yes, it's been an active month.
So first is the Cultural Resources Committee update. I'm not sure if you want to speak to that or no.
No,
Okay.
I won't.
I will then.
All right.
First of all, I would really like to express on behalf of council appreciation for the work that the Cultural Resources Working Group has done. It's nice to see a sort of a revisit and revisioning of cultural activities in the community. I believe at this time it would be appropriate for us to actually disband the working group. What I would like to suggest is that we defer discussion on this. I can see us having a very healthy discussion about all aspects of the report and the direction that's being taken or being proposed. The changes to the terms of reference, which is not something that we asked for, but it's something we should consider. Likely to September, when we're back to 2 meetings a month, and we can give this the amount of time that I think it deserves, because there's a lot of information there. And but I would look to both members of council who've been on the committee to make any comments that you'd like to make at this time without diving into the details of the plan going forward. Councillor Barry.
I fully support deferring. I think we have a lengthy discussion today in multiple areas, mainly planning. But I do think that it does deserve food for thought. And I also think that maybe having some of our other discussions within council, I believe there's going to be some strategic visioning and possibly working with I'm trying to think of what we've agreed to do, but I know we're having some strategic visioning and those discussions, and I think that those might play into this a little bit. So I support sort of working collaboratively on that as well.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, got thoughts, comments?
No, I'll keep all of mine for when we resume. I fear going down that rabbit hole, and I hear what you're saying. It's probably best that we.
I want to give it the time that it deserves, and we do have a lot on this particular agenda. So, and which also needs the time that it deserves. So, so if we could have a mover and a seconder, then to receive the report, offer our sincere thanks to the working group, and to disband the working group and defer discussion. Mover and a seconder. Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives the Cultural Plan Working Group meeting minutes dated June 5th, 2023, and the council thanks the members of the Cultural Plan Working Group for the recommendations and work on the cultural plan. And that council defers discussions on the plan to a September regular meeting, and further that further that the Cultural Plan Working Group is hereby dissolved.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next is the Shore Road Allowance closing by Charles, Chadwick and Hughes on Boschkon.
Thank you. Yes, this is a bylaw to close the shore road allowance in 3 adjacent properties on Boschkon Lake. The application was circulated to all the prescribed agencies, and no objections were received or easements requested. So staff would support the approval of the bylaw.
Any questions, comments on this application? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and direct that we bring a bylaw forward? Councillor Barry, Councillor Shortreed.
By Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council received report PL 5923 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing from fronting property located at part of lot 8, concession 3, geographic township of Stanhope, Washkong Lake, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023. And council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a proposed shore road allowance closing by Onquagamma Lake. By Jurassic.
Yes, this is another bylaw to close the shore road allowance in front of this property on Quagga Lake. Again, it was circulated for comments to the prescribed agencies as well as adjacent landowners, and no objections were received or easements requested. So staff are recommending approval of the bylaw.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report and direct that a bylaw be presented? Councilors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, second by Councilor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 6023 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 28, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne, Jurassic Quagga Lake, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023. And the council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is the proposed shore road allowance closing by Howe on Cushog.
Yes, this is another bylaw to close the short road allowance in front of this property. It was circulated to all the prescribed agencies and neighboring property owners, and no objections received or easements requested. So staff would support the bylaw being approved.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report and direct that a bylaw be presented? Councilors Richards and Shortreed. Sorry.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 6123 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 4, concession 2, geographic township of Stanhope, Howe, Cushog Lake, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023. And the council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a proposed shore road allowance closing by Martinko on Wolf Lake.
Another bylaw to close the short road allowance in front of this property, again, was circulated to the prescribed agencies and to the neighboring property owners, and no objections have been received, so staff are supportive of the bylaw being approved.
Any questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with this application? Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councilor Barry, second by Councilor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council received report PL 6223 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 18, concession 11, geographic township of Livingston, Martinko, Wolf Lake, and the council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? Next is another shore road allowance closing by Pila Chatty on Big Hawk Lake.
Yes, this is a bylaw to close the short road allowance in front of this property. Again, it was circulated to the prescribed agencies and neighboring property owners, and no objections or objections received or easements requested. So staff would recommend approval of the bylaw.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Richards.
I'm not sure that this even matters, but it is Little Hawk Lake, not Big Hawk Lake. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I think that was an error on my part, so thank you.
Thank you for that correction.
Yeah.
Could I then have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and move forward with the bylaw? Councilors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councilor Richards, seconded by Councilor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives report PL 6323 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 19, concession 10, geographic township of Stanhope, Little Hawk Lake, and council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is another shore road allowance closing by Dyes and Blythe on Boschkong.
It's just a bylaw to close the shore road allowance into adjacent properties on Boschkong, and it was circulated to the prescribed agencies and to neighboring property owners, and no objections have been received, so staff would support the bylaw being approved.
Any questions or comments? Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and move forward with the bylaw? Councilor Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 6423 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 10, concession 4, geographic township of Stanhope, Boschkong Lake. And that council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Another shore road allowance closing by Galsworthy on Talk Lake.
Yes, this is an application to close the shore road allowance in front of this property. It is a developed piece of land on Talk Lake. It does appear to be a fairly straightforward application, so staff are supportive of it proceeding through the regular process to close that shore road allowance.
Any questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with this application? Councilors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 6523 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 2, concession 5, geographic township of McClintock, Talk Lake, and that council approves in principle application OSRA 623 made to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, another application for shore road allowance closing by Mooney on Talk Lake.
Yes, thank you. This is another application to close the shore road allowance in front of this property, which is also on Talk Lake. Again, it is a developed piece of land. However, there does not appear to be anything out of the ordinary or worth noting with this application, so staff would recommend it proceed through the regular process.
Any questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with this application? Councilors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayoud.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Deputy Mayor Dayoud. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 6623 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 4, concession 2, geographic township of McClintock, Talk Lake, and that council approves in principle application OSRA 823 made to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance, and the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a report on township maintained roads on Crown land. Thank you for this, Sean. Been waiting for some discussion on this for a while, so appreciate this report and the next one.
Yes, thank you. This was quite a bit of work between myself, the CAO, and our public works manager. So there was a lot of collaboration there. But yes, we have identified for this report 3 roads which the township maintains to a certain capacity that do occupy Crown land. So we are seeking direction from council on how to proceed based on this information. The 3 roads that have been identified are Crown Lake Road. And just a note on that, in my report, I do note that we maintain a 0.4 kilometer portion. It's actually a 3.75 kilometer portion. So just a correction there. But on that road, we do currently only perform summer maintenance. The next road is Last Turn Lane. And this is a year-round maintained road. Where we maintain a 0.4 kilometer portion of. And the last is Wolf Circle, which we conduct year-round maintenance on a 0.2 kilometer portion of. So I have presented three options for council's consideration. These may be familiar to council from when the Bear Lake Road was considered. So we are seeking direction on which option council would like us to proceed with. We're happy to answer any questions though, if council has any.
My first question would be how on earth we ended up maintaining these little its and bits of road that are in between parcels of road that are obviously being maintained by others. Any insight on how that, how long this has been? I'm assuming this has been something that's been in place for a long time.
Yes, that's my understanding. It's been in place for quite some time. This is not new operations that are taking place, but I'm sure our public works manager may be able to speak more to that.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So we have been looking into this for quite a while now and looking at the history of it, and for the last a minimum decade, we've been maintaining these sections of road. How we came to maintain them, unfortunately, that's just not any information that I've been able to find. I think it was just started and carried on, unfortunately.
Did I see your hand up or you just?
You did. I would just reiterate what Adam said is it is absolutely historic and we haven't been able to pinpoint why.
Well, I'm sure there's an interesting history there somewhere. Maybe we'll be able to determine sometime. You have a question? Go ahead.
So these are all in the same general vicinity. I presume it's the county that maintains all the way up County Road 12 up until these specific sections. And then it's us, and then it's whatever happens beyond. Is that right? It's all county before?
Sounds like private beyond that.
And private beyond, but county before, Livingston Lake Road. No, we'll circle. Okay.
Put your hand up if you want to speak. But we did hear you. Okay, I would suggest that we have spent an awful lot of time discussing how we wanted to proceed with Bear Lake Road. And to take a different path than we have taken with Bear Lake Road might not be the best approach to take. It would seem to me that the best thing to do would be to that, which I believe is option 3, is to proceed with the same process that we've got in place with Bear Lake Road. And I guess I would have to ask if that would change anything in how we do our maintenance.
Through you, Mayor, no, we wouldn't have to change anything. We treat these seasonal roads the same throughout, so it wouldn't really affect much of our maintenance.
Madam CAO.
The one difference is on last turn lane. It is year-round maintenance, so that, I mean, council, part of the OREG 239-13 is minor maintenance can be considered snow plowing. That is in the list. So if council wishes, we would just continue the same year-round maintenance.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the way I understood that it would work. Any questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Barry, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
So we would basically be continuing doing what we are doing. Would this be basically be formalizing that?
Go ahead.
If I may, yes, a policy will come back to council for approval, the same as what we did with Bear Lake Road.
Go ahead.
So would we be communicating that with the Crown? Would we be saying, or with the ministry that this is what we're going to be doing? I just wonder if it's worthwhile having the correspondence that this is what we're formally doing.
Go ahead.
We did do that as well, and we can certainly do that. We did communicate that and received no response.
Okay.
I just think that, if something goes wrong, like there is a culvert or something that is needed replacement, it just sets the line that this is what we're willing to do in regards to minor maintenance.
Minor maintenance is clearly described in the regulation and what we would include in that work or not. And that I understand would, you know, unless it was a minor repair to a culvert, but that would require a permit, and that's where we don't go. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Another big difference between this and the Bear Lake Road experience was that the people who depend on those roads were amply aware of this conversation in the lead up to the trial policy being set. And I'm not sure anyone on any of these roads have even read this agenda to know that their roads are being put into question. I wonder if there are thoughts on what we could do to, or what we should do to circulate that information, or let them know that we're entering a trial time and there are other options available, et cetera, et cetera.
But we're not entering into a different trial. I mean, we're not proposing a change where in Bear Lake Road, there was a change being proposed. This is just continuing on as we were. Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. And with respect to the trial being a year, I think folks might want to know that there are other outcomes that are possible at the end of the trial, that we're not guaranteeing that this is going to continue forever and ever. That's the nature of the trial.
That's not what I'm hearing us say about this. This is not a trial. We're just agreeing to continue to do what we've always done. There's been no change. So I don't see the point. We're
Okay.
going to just continue doing what's being done. Now, if we were going to change our operations or take one of the other options and not discontinue, that's when we would have to let the public know that there's a change and that they needed to be aware. I guess I would look to other members of council for comment. Councillor Richards.
I certainly see your point in that. Let's just leave it alone and not change anything. But I see this as a bit different than the Bear Lake Road situation. These are like really tiny snippets of areas. And where you have the county going so far and then private taking over. I'm wondering what's the point? I'm wondering what's the impact of not doing it to those areas. Because I'm not really hearing that there is an impact or there's not an impact. And I'm also wondering how many more roads there are out there that we don't know about yet.
Let's deal with these first and then
Yeah.
go to that question.
It's a question I have.
I
now.
just don't see that we're making a change or an impact. We're going to continue to do what we're doing, but legitimize it within our own operations. Because the question has been raised, you're maintaining roads on Crown land in other areas. But we're not making a change. We're not going to do anything that's going to impact the use of the roads in any way. Go ahead.
My line of thinking on that is, there's quite a few private roads out there that maybe some would like the township to do more in those areas, and we've drawn a line that we're not. So, just because we've historically done it, we don't know why we've historically done it. I wonder about the fairness there.
In what way? I don't know. I'm not understanding the fairness to who about what.
With so many of our areas having private roads that they maintain, including those that would be affected from this. And again, like these are really small snippets. And I'm sure that it takes time for staff to go out to these to do this tiny little area. And I'm wondering why. We don't know why we're doing it, but why we are going to continue to do it. I'm not really hearing a clear answer on that either.
Well, I would say that to discontinue it would be the thing that would create the problem. Adam's got a comment.
If I could, I think to try and help explain a little bit of some of the questions you are asking, just to break it down a little bit. Excuse me. If your question was about what about other private roads? If somebody brings forward a an option that they would like a private road maintained by the municipality. There is a whole process for that, like bringing it to municipal standards. So I think that really clarifies the difference between a road that we currently maintain, that we've maintained for X amount of years, just coming to our information now that we don't actually own the jurisdiction of the road, versus a brand new road, which we're going through right now, that has to meet municipal standard for us to take the road on, versus a private road that's been around for 100 years. And now the residents of that would like the township to maintain it. It still falls under that category of meeting the minimum standards for a municipality to take on the road. I think that kind of separates the difference between what we're dealing with now and a new private road or a private road coming forward. In regards to not knowing the history, unfortunately, that happens a lot throughout municipalities, just because of paperwork or staff changing or things out of our control, really, that we start maintaining a small portion, then it stretches and stretches, and I can only assume that that's kind of what happened, because the Trout Spawn Lake Road is a municipal road. We have the jurisdiction over it. So how we got to do these other sections, like I said, is really unclear. We maintain the county road in the wintertime. So we do already go up that far. Grading purposes for both the seasonal road, trout spawn, and last turn in that area, they all get graded at the same time. So it's not that it's out of the way, because we're already going that way to maintain our own road that's up there, and we maintain them to the same level. So it's graded once a month, maybe once every 2 months, depending on the weather that comes in. A specific weather event might cause us to grade it more often. And then as far as changing the level of service, we would fall under that very similar policy that was brought forward for Bear Lake, for essentially seasonal roads that are, or even roads that are not owned by the municipality. We would fall under that policy that would clearly identify point A to point B, and this is what we perform. Anything else outside of that would fall back to a permit or fall back to the ministry to have to deal with. Does that help any with some of the private portion of it, and why we maintain, and how things really won't change in that regard?
Go ahead.
So in that, and then we're talking about only minor maintenance efforts. What happens if a culvert does fail or needs replacing, and that becomes a major effort? Would we then want to be stopping doing any minor maintenance in that area? Because what would be the point if a culvert is, like, if the road's gone, who's gonna use it or continue to maintain it?
If I may. So through you, Mayor, if we fall back onto the policy that was put in place, all the research was done regarding what we might do in certain circumstances. My best guess would be that if we take Crown Lake Road as an example, if the culvert failed at the very end of the road, the last kilometer, let's say, I would assume that because it requires a permit process, staff would have to come back to council, and we would have to decide how we move forward. From there, we would still maintain up to the culvert. If we can't cross it for whatever reason, it's unpassable past that, then we would maintain up to it. And then we would come back out to the main road. If the culvert was to fail within the first 100 meters of the road, and the rest of the road can't be maintained because we can't get over the culvert, I still feel that would be the same process, that we would have to come back to council for further direction. In the policy, it states that anything outside of our minimum maintenance would have to come to council, whether that be adding gravel. I forget the whole list of things there, but the gravel was the main one that I was concerned about. So that one really sticks out to me, but that's where we would just have to come back to council and discuss further on what was going to be, what would be the next course of action. And if we look at an example like Pine Springs Road, Pine Springs Road had a major culvert go out, and it sat, I want to say 5 years, where it was unpassable. by vehicles. And it wasn't until a logging company wanted to go back in there and do more work that they actually spent the time and money replacing it. And that went through 2 municipalities, I believe, to try and get something done there. And it just fell out of our jurisdiction. And the ministry didn't even want to do anything with it, to my understanding. So to answer that question would be, if something happened to the road that required anything outside of minimum maintenance per the policy, we'd have to come back to council and discuss that further.
Councillor Barry, then Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayoun.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't spent a lot of time up here, but I'm just wondering, what is the population that are using these roads? Do we have any idea? I did ask Sean yesterday.
So Crown Lake Road, it's about 34 plus or minus properties. Last Turn Lane, 24 plus or minus, and Wolf Circle is 51.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Dayoun.
Adam, could you describe what would the difference be between what you've just said, if a major culvert washes out and you need to come back to council for further direction? How would that differ from what you would do if a major culvert washes out on a municipally owned road? Would there be extra time required to get an answer? Would you just have the permission to barrel straight through? And the reason for the question is I'm getting back to this idea of any changes in lived experience for the people who depend upon that road that we may wish to communicate with them. If we aren't going to be just automatically changing a culvert in a way that perhaps we did in the past, then the folks on the road want to know that that's as much in their wheelhouse as anyone's to resolve. And then to that lived experience, could you help, because I know I'm going to get questions the moment I leave here. What then would be the difference in levels of service between what we're offering Bear Lake Road for the trial period and these roads, in particular Crown Lake, which is, and I was with you, they're just snippets, but with the clarification of the planner, 3.7 kilometers is, it's less of a snippet. It's more of a serious chunk of road, which can, bears its own consideration. So for example, on Bear Lake Road, if a major culvert washes out, would we be going through the same steps as what you're proposing here to come back to council, seek further instruction, or would it just be a clear, you're on your own? And what other lived experience differences would there be?
Sure. So to start with your first question, and not to try to go too far into it, but to relate it to anything, whether it's a seasonal road or a regular maintained road, obviously we have to look at traffic count, we'd have to look at residents that are on the road. But if a culvert was to fail, and we're talking a culvert that would be, I'm going to give 2 examples. We'll talk about a culvert that is just a standard seasonal runoff type culvert. So anything between let's say a 15 and 20 inch culvert. If it was on Crown Lake Road or Bear Lake Road, because it falls outside of our realm of minimum maintenance, we would have to come back and have that discussion. That's end all say all, that's part of our policy. Where that relates to a township maintained road, owned and maintained road, depending on the cost and the severity of it, that may or may not have to come back here. But in general, if a culvert fails in an emergency situation, like say flooding, we're going to use flooding as an example. The CAO and myself and the fire chief will all discuss emergency management for getting emergency equipment to the opposite side if there was if it's not a through road. From there, if we have stock, we can go right into fixing it. Our budget does allow for an emergency management plan where we do have the resources that if we have to fix something that is within dollar amount, we can just go right ahead and do it. So there is quite the process to it, but we've done it in the past so many times that it's like clockwork now to have the discussion over the phone and get things started to get the road back open again. depending on how many issues we're dealing with and why the culvert failed. Whether that was flooding or it was age. I'm sorry, what was your second question there?
I guess you're sort of revolving around the general theme, so that's very helpful, but it's really all about the lived experience and the differences between the different kinds of road, and then the difference between these three roads and the Bear Lake Road. So maybe I could clarify a little bit that should a major culvert wash out on one of these three roads, say Crown Lake, you would come back to council for that conversation. Would you also do that for the Bear Lake Road, or as part of the trial policy, you would not come back to have that conversation at council?
The policy says that anything outside of minimum maintenance, we would have to get a permit for, and I wouldn't be able to pull a permit without speaking with council first. So we would have to come back if, of course, we're going to try to make it as safe. It also depends on the situation. If the culvert fails outside of, if we look at, if we lump Bear Lake and Crown into the same pile, if we were to have the culvert fail outside of the time frame that we do the maintenance, then that could be something we'd have to discuss.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify that in the level service policy for Bear Lake Road, it clearly says that maintenance activities not outlined above or requiring a work permit in accordance with OREG 239.13 will not be conducted by the township. So council has identified that if it needs a permit or anything outside of OREG 239.13, it will not be done.
But that's a policy that's under review.
Yeah.
Okay, the only point you got me scratching my head. I'm not seeing that there is a change in lived experience for these new roads, where there was a definite change on Bear Lake Road in several ways. People were happy that it was going to be plowed in the wintertime. People were unhappy that it was going to be plowed in the wintertime. And there has been obviously results and concerns raised since then as a result of the work being done. This, to me, is continuing to do exactly what we're doing now. Now, if you want to change the policy, I mean, that obviously the policy in Bear Lake Road's instance is going to come back for us to consider whether we're going to make any changes to it or proceed differently. Go ahead.
Right. So I guess the lived experience difference that I foresee, if I'm understanding correctly, is this question of what we would have to do in order to replace a culvert or do any other kind of major work as required, because it wouldn't be our road. That would be, I think, my key idea of the, especially if folks are at the cottage and there's a major washout and it takes two weeks. I have no idea, in order to get the permit to do a repair that otherwise we may have done just automatically. That for me is the change in the lived experience. The other concern I have is the parity between what we've agreed for Bear Lake Road and for these, and whether we should be considering these as part of the trial run under the same policy before we make a final call on any of these roads.
So what you're saying is to choose option 3 and run it as a trial in conjunction with the trial that's going on in Bear Lake Road, and consider the implications of all of them when it comes back.
For the sheer basis, on the sheer basis of parity, that is my thinking indeed.
Yeah, I still don't see them as exactly the same circumstances, but I hear what you're saying. Councillor Richards.
I agree with you that they're not exactly the same, but they are along the same lines of thinking, and I would be much more comfortable with agreeing to continue as is for now, alongside the trial of Bear Lake Road and having that discussion later.
Conversely, we cannot do anything at this point in time until we have our discussion about Bear Lake Road and see if there's going to be any changes made, rather than accept something now and then change it, like a couple of months from now. defer this until we have our discussion about Bear Lake Road and whether we want to make any changes. I see Councillor Barry's hand up and then back to yourself.
I would support that.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
If I'm not mistaken, though, if we defer and then don't get direction to Angie to give instructions to the staff, it would mean that staff would not be able to proceed with anything, any kind of maintenance on roads that we do not own unless council is given that instruction. Is that a correct understanding?
No,
No?
no, I just can carry on doing what we're doing. See how the trial goes on Bear Lake Road, what changes we want to make to a policy that we've got in place, and then implement that policy for everyone. And if that time comes and we make any kind of substantial changes, it may be that we will have to let 109 people know. If there's going to be anything different that's going to have an impact on them. Did you have another comment?
No, not really. I was just going to say that if you, I would recommend that course of action, because if we enter into a trial now for these 3 roads and we review it at the same time as Bear Lake Road, the trial is only going to be in place for a few months rather than a full year, same as Bear Lake Road. So I would have no problem just continuing for the summer the way that we are. I mean, it took a long time to get to where we were with Bear Lake Road. So a few months is going to make a difference.
Councillor Barry?
Maybe in that time, is it possible to see what other neighboring municipalities are doing in similar regards? Just so it's consistent.
We don't have to be consistent
No.
with anybody else outside the county.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
I
a
don't know.
thought.
I mean, I'm just being cheeky. That I shouldn't have said that, because if that's something that you'd want done, we can do that. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I do recall, however, a considerable amount of conversation and outreach to other municipalities during the Bear Lake Road period, and I doubt much has changed since then. So I'm comfortable sticking with what staff have already researched.
Okay, now, I'm without benefit of a resolution at this particular moment. I want to just switch over to the MTO land and see if there's any differences in how we kind of tentatively agreed to proceed with the Crown Land roads. Is there something different about the MTO land that we should be considering or dealing with differently?
So my understanding is that OREG would not necessarily apply in this case because it's MTO versus MNRF. So I'm not sure that minimum level of service would apply in this case. So that's why in this report, in option 3, I've noted that perhaps we could contact the MTO to see if there's other options available to establish some sort of minimum level of service similar to that OREG. So that's what we're seeking direction on today.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind also just letting me know the distance, I'm sorry, I rather than getting into the report, what are the distances that we're maintaining on those 2 pieces?
Yes, so this is an unnamed access road to the Buttermilk Falls Dam. It's something the township currently maintains year round. It's only about 0.1 kilometers in length. In this case, so there is a township dry hydrant at the end of that road. So I think it's in the township's best interest to continue year-round maintenance in order to access that dry hydrant should it be necessary. We're just looking to formalize any maintenance that we undertake on that section of road.
So would you want to speak to MTO or just get some clarification from MTO before we made a determination with respect to that?
I think that would be staff's recommendation at this point to see, to make that contact and see what options are available.
Sound reasonable to council? So, with respect to the Crown Land, we'll move forward to as is and review our Bear Lake Road policy at the end of the season. And then determine what we're going to do with with these three pieces. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Richards and Barry?
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 6723 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding township maintained roads on Crown land, and that council defers its decision until a review of the trial policy on Bear Lake Road occurs.
All in favor? That's carried. And so it's my understanding that with respect to the unnamed access road on MTO land, that we defer a decision until we receive further information from MTO. Yes, no.
I think we're seeking direction to proceed with reaching out to the MTO to
Okay,
see what options are available. Correct.
mover and a seconder. Councillor Short Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short Reed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 6823 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding township maintained road on MTO land, and the council directs staff to proceed with option 3 identified in the said report.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
And next for you, Sean. I think given the time, we'll deal with the Maple Lake Church and then leave the license of occupation discussion until after lunch.
Very good.
So tell
Yes.
us about the church.
So we've received a request from the trustees of the Maple Lake United Church. They're looking at severing the church building and the cemetery and looking to the township to take over the cemetery lands. So I have detailed the lot sizes that would result from the severance. It's a unique situation where the church building is right on property lines. It's very close and it's a very small parcel of land that would be created. Right now, the property is zoned community facility. So if the building were to be sold to a private landowner, it's anticipated it would be the new owner would want to rezone it for whatever the intended use is. So that would be a separate application coming forward to council. One thing to note with this application where it's a severance involving a township, we are exempt from having to go through the formal severance process through the county. So that really it would just involve a lawyer, and the survey has been completed in draft form for council to review. But staff are supportive of council supporting the application in principle, and that we continue to work with the trustees to formalize the severance and bring back that to council for approval.
So the only question that I have about this particular application, I think I know what the answer is, that with respect to maintaining an access road to the cemetery, that would form an easement across the separated parcel.
So that is one option, an easement, or the township could retain ownership of part 2 and 3 on the plan. In which case it would be the township property, so no easement would be required. We could grant an easement to the property, the church property, so that they could continue access. So that would be up to council to decide.
Because that would be the only point of access for the new owners.
Yes, yeah, fair enough. And parking also on this, for this property, is located on a township road allowance as well. So just a further note there.
Comments or questions? We have some options. I'm looking for comments. Councillor Short Reed. Access through by an easement or?
Sorry. I think the cemetery should have the driveway and grant easement to the church property.
How does the rest of council feel about that? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Would that, question for Sean, would that give us any more control or concern about the use of the church property? Should they come back with a bylaw review, bylaw amendment review?
I suspect we would be protected either way, whether we have the right of way or we grant the right of way to that property. At the end of the day, whoever purchases the church building will have to come back to council for a zoning amendment. So we'll have a good idea of what's being proposed there. And if we need to further negotiate what access rights they have over that part, if we retain ownership of it, we could complete that at that time.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to
Question,
Madam Clerk?
sorry, through you, Mayor. Does that change number 4 in your recommendation?
Yes, it would. So that, sorry, I'm just,
It's a right of way being granted to the township over part 2.
yeah, so we could say that the right of way be granted to the retained lands.
Over part 2.
And to further clarify, if you want to put retained lands and then in brackets, part 1.
So a right of way being granted to the retained lands. Part 1,
Correct.
not part 2.
So the retained lands, part 1, the right of way being granted over part 2.
Okay, and a right of way over part 2. No, I still don't think I have this right. So a right of way being granted to the retained lands, part 1.
Mhm.
And then what is part 2?
Over part 2.
Over part 2. Okay. Thank you.
Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Short Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortry, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council approves in principle proposed severance located at part of lot 31, concession 5, geographic township of Stanhope, Maple Lake United Church, subject to the following conditions. 1, payment of taxes, including penalty and interest. 2, proposed retained lands be rezoned to recognize deficient lot area and frontage. 3, a copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. And 4, a right of way being granted to the retained lands part 1 over part 2 of the draft plan to allow continued public access to the cemetery lands.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The last part, the continued public access. I guess it would just be continued access to the retained lands.
Continue
All
that.
in favor? You have a question?
Clarification on where people would park. The new whatever happens to this,
Where they park now
Yeah.
along the side of the church.
okay,
Yeah.
because that's not,
It's
just
municipal.
looking closely, it's not defined as part of the parcel. So it would just be an assumed use or,
Go ahead, John.
So my understanding is there's no formal agreement right now for that parking area, but should someone come forward with the zoning bylaw amendment and we know what the use then is going to be of the church property, we could look at perhaps dedicating a few spots through some sort of license of occupation, perhaps.
And the public at large can still visit the cemetery using part of that parcel. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we break until 12:45. Welcome back to the meeting. Next item on the agenda is the discussion on license of occupation and a policy that you have been working on. Over to you, Mr. O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Yes, so this item has been before previous terms of council. So I've outlined a bit of history in my report. But essentially what I'm bringing back to council today is the revised license of occupation policy. By implementing a license of occupation policy, the township would be more protected from the risk of litigation as proper insurance could be held by the private user of the land. It would also ensure the township is maintaining the road in a state of repair by having accurate records and agreements in place, which identify structures occupying these lands. It would also allow users of this land to obtain building permits where necessary for structures there. Staff are recommending that it be implemented on a go-forward basis, and this is to mirror the process of selling a shore road allowance versus the license of occupation policy. By limiting this policy to only new or replacement or repair of existing structures, the management of the policy is anticipated to be possible with the current staffing levels. Should council direct it be implemented on a retroactive basis, it's anticipated additional staffing would be required and potentially a vehicle purchase as well. With respect to the policy itself, one change of note is the insurance level that's being requested, and that's been increased now to $5 million. And also just to also clarify, the license or the application fee would be $750 with a $500 annual renewal fee. We would also require a $2,500 deposit, which would go towards any legal fees with having such a license registered on title.
Thank you. Personally, I don't have any problems with the draft policy as presented, not the policy itself. My concerns are, well, I would ask why we're contemplating as such an increase in insurance. I could probably know why. I'm really happy to see that you're willing to, or we're proposing to receive sketches or drawings as opposed to requiring a survey, because I think that was a pretty substantial burden. My biggest problem is this go forward basis. Our whole rationale for doing this in the first place, well, aside from North Shore Road and the problem of trying to reconstruct North Shore Road, was to reduce liability. And to me, this doesn't reduce our liability at all, with the exception of, the new applications that we would receive. And I am really struggling with that put up against, the whether we would, having to increase our staff level that much. I'm sure you could use some help sometimes, but whether we want to go that far to hire 2 more staff and another vehicle, I wonder if we have investigated the use of a contract service. Is there anybody who we could contract to do this for us?
I'm not aware of that, short of hiring some sort of private consultant, but it's something that could be investigated further. I guess my counterpoint to implementing this retroactively versus going forward is right now we have no policy. So by having something and doing it on a go forward basis, it's much better than what we have in place right now. But it's obviously a council decision.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I have a few questions, but I'd like to start with this one, which is the $500 per annum license renewal. Is there, how might we justify that, or what, could you explain that a little bit about why that is required? And the fear that I've got, the worry that I have is, you've got two property owners side by side. One is paying $500 for 20 years. That's $10,000. And the other guy doesn't have to pay anything because he hasn't done anything, but he's still enjoying that property in the same way that his neighbor is. And so it's not sitting quite right yet. And I wonder if you could help me.
So my understanding is the renewal fee would really be to help with the back end of maintaining these agreements. It's essentially an application fee that someone would pay every year. But the agreement would stay in place. It is something that is standard in other policies that are out there that we've looked at as examples. So, but it can be increased or reduced or eliminated at council's direction.
One of the differences that I see is that, they both have the ability to enjoy the shoreline, but one has the ability to enjoy the shoreline plus additional structures on it. Where the other is, as you say, has nothing on there.
Would they have nothing, or would they have the stuff that has been there up until now? We're not telling them that they have to remove things. Is that right?
No.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. So they could have exactly the same infrastructure side by side, but one is paying $500 a year and the other one is not.
Because with you, why would there be two different scenarios? If there's no development on one,
If
and
there's
development on the other, or one or the other owns the shore road allowance.
no, if say they're two people side by side, they both have docks and a gazebo. One does not change that infrastructure, therefore, as a go forward basis, doesn't have to apply for anything. But the other one does want to make a change and they would have to apply, and then they're on the hook $500 going forward.
Therein lies the problem with doing it on a go forward basis.
It's one of the pieces of it, yeah, for sure. Just even liability aside, it's just, again, parity is the name of the day for me, I guess.
That was your first question. Carry on.
No, I suppose also looking at the 2,500 upfront costs. Could you walk us through why you think that's the appropriate amount as well? Because it feels high.
Yes, and there would be a refund of the balance once the agreement has been registered on title, but that would just be so we're not having to go back to the applicant and request additional funds after the fact, once we receive the final invoice from the lawyer. Typically, I think with shore road allowances, it's usually 13. I say between $1,000 and $1,500 is generally what the cost is.
Go ahead.
And then I guess finally for now, for me, would be, to what degree would you be fearful of people not changing essential infrastructure because they don't want to enter into this agreement, and therefore the infrastructure gets increasingly dilapidated and something occurs, and then all of a sudden the liability piece is on us again?
Yes, that certainly is a risk, but right now we have no mechanism to allow someone to improve that infrastructure. We cannot issue any building permits for someone to construct something on township property, whereas by implementing this policy, we would have that ability.
Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Berry.
By going retroactive, would any of the fees help offset staffing costs? Or could they?
Potentially, but we would need to dig into that a little deeper to know for sure.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said going retroactively, would going retroactively, would any of the fees offset the staffing costs?
Yeah, okay. I heard the answer. Councillor Berry.
I completely agree with with all the points that Councillor Dayu, but I do agree that by initiating the fees that aren't across the board for everyone, that you're gonna have people less likely to repair things and thus creating a bigger liability than what's happening now.
So in other words, retroactive as opposed to go forward. Counselor Shortreed.
I guess with retroactive as well, there are docks that are there that aren't in front of property that people own, right? So that would take all those docks into consideration. So their property isn't in front of the water, but they do have a dock.
What's the difference? I would think that's a different scenario, but I defer to Sean.
Yes, so this policy is only related to properties where the waterfront is directly across the road from them, not.
Well,
further.
I understand, but would that get rid of those docks, I guess is what I'm saying.
If somebody had a lot further away and was walking down to the water.
Yeah.
Those docks.
Yeah.
So this policy wouldn't apply to those. That would be a completely separate issue.
But by law enforcement.
Mhm.
Okay.
Counselor Richards and back to Counselor Berry.
So it would be separate and it would be a bylaw issue. Does that mean it's not allowed?
Correct.
So we would force removal of those docks?
Yes. Sorry, just to expand on that. So right now they're not allowed, and by implementing this policy, that doesn't change anything at all.
Counselor Berry.
Just trying to navigate each municipality's website. I did try and go and look and see what other municipalities are doing. I will say some websites are harder to find documents than others. But it did appear that there was some inconsistency with some of the fees that I could find. Now, I'm not sure if there's different types of license of occupation, so I don't know if I was looking at apples and apples, but in some areas that I found, there was fees that ranged from like $700 all the way up to $1,200, and we were considerably higher. So I would hate to see two townships being on the same lake and having one fee here and a different fee here. I just wonder if there's opportunities for consistency.
Depends on what lakes and what townships. Counselor Richards.
I personally think that the fees are entirely appropriate. I think they're a little bit low. I realize some people are going to call this a cash grab, but this is about protecting the liability of all of us. And I think the fees are on the low side for what they're gaining by having access to water that they technically don't have.
And covering the costs of.
And
of
covering the
staff.
costs of staff having to administer this. I mean, we have waterfront properties that have access to the water that have in some circumstances paid also to purchase the shoreline road allowance. Those people have invested money and paid substantially to have what they have. These are properties that don't inherently have that.
Mhm.
Paying $500 a year is very low for what they're actually gaining from this. I don't have a problem with the fees at all. What I do have a problem with is not being retroactive. And I can completely understand our staffing issues. And even if we go forward and say, yeah, let's do it, doesn't mean that we'll have enough staff to do it anytime soon. But I think we have to go that way because the liability is extreme, especially for existing infrastructure that could fall apart tomorrow and people just let it fall apart tomorrow and we're on the hook for it.
Well, I think that we are acknowledging that if we decide that we want to do it retroactively, there are problems associated with that, that it's not going to, I mean, it's not going to happen overnight. All of these properties are not going to be resolved right away. It's going to take some time. And it's going to take some time to, if we say we want to do it retroactively to get staff in place, I really would like us to look and see what it might, what opportunities there are for contract work, because I don't think we've really investigated that. At the same time, I would kind of like to see us agree with the policy, the fees, and that we want it to be retroactive, but we understand that there are certain actions that we need to take to completely get it in place rather than to wait. Go ahead.
Yes, unless there's a risk that the contracting out will be considerably more expensive than what the fee would accommodate for. That would be my fear there.
Well, that's, I guess when you determine the fees, were you considering basically the amount of time that you normally take to process an application and considering recovering our costs or not?
No, I don't see it being a cost recovery at the level it's at. It was more of an average of examples that were out there.
I just would like to, we'll get to everybody in a second. I just would like to see it. I mean, we've been haggling over this for years now, and we really do need to get something in place. So that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out a way that we can go forward while still investigating certain aspects of this. So first the CAO, then Councillor Berry, then I think it was back to you.
I do think it would be cheaper, and I think it would be my recommendation to do a contract if council was going to do retroactive. And the reason I say that is because then it's very project specific. If we were going to hire someone, we could do it over, say, 2 years and see where we're at. If you hire full time, you're going to be paying benefits and holidays and all of those things. We want whomever it is to be very, focused on that project. So that would be my recommendation, but I would like to take it away and bring something back. But council could certainly pass the policy.
Councillor Berry.
One thing that isn't really talked about in the draft policy is, or maybe I've missed it, but is in regards to accessing water for like your house, for your cottage, in regards to plumbing, like having water in lake water coming into your cottage. Would that have to be?
I think you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to have a water intake and a pump regardless.
Well,
I could be wrong with that.
so there's a separate agreement through Public Works. If you're crossing through the road with infrastructure, then you need a separate approval for that.
But that's nothing to do with the license of occupation. The reason I asked is I did see that in a couple of the other municipalities' licenses of occupation. So I just wanted to be clear that it was something that was omitted or is caught somewhere else. And would there be the same liability? Probably not.
It's a separate process altogether.
More liability, just different. Council Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Shorty.
In the draft policy, close to the bottom, you've written, the shoreline area subject to a license of occupation will be required to remain in a natural state, except for where permitted structures and pedestrian access are to be located. Greatly appreciated. I remember we had that conversation in 21 or whenever it was that we wanted to make sure a naturalized shoreline was part of the policy. I guess my question is there space to go that little bit further to say, if it isn't in a naturalized state, but it could be, you are responsible as per this agreement to undertake steps to naturalize it rather than just letting it be? Or, also, are those naturalized spaces supposed to be in the sketch? And to what degree can we hold them accountable to that? Because I do see this as being a really unique moment to help naturalize our shorelines. And if just by adding a step or two more could support that, I think it's the right time to think about it.
Well, we do have a shoreline bylaw in place I know some of our documents do refer to that. I don't see any reason why it couldn't refer to it. Thoughts, Sean?
I agree. It's an excellent opportunity. The challenge is determining what level of renaturalization needs to occur and who is ensuring that the plan is meeting that level of renaturalization. So it does add another layer to the approval process.
Councillor Berry.
Is any of that being requested in the stopping up and closing of shorelines?
No, that's not a requirement.
We do have a separate shoreline bylaw and, you know, once the environment committee gets fired up, that's the sort of thing that we can do as an educational process. Showing people the differences in their types of property that, you know, just whether you're under a license of occupation or you own the shoreline or here's what we're encouraging. Councillor Shortreed, and then back to you.
Just going back to the annual fee, will that $500 annual fee help offset staffing costs? Like, is there a lot of work involved in the annual fee?
I mean, it will offset to a certain extent, but we would need to establish some sort of database to ensure that all these licenses are kept up to date. So I mean, once it's up and running, I guess the overall cost of maintaining that would be lesser, but upfront costs right now would be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my point.
And obviously, this is something that we'll have to look at it again, you know, sort of keep track of how things are working and whether we need to revise the policy at some point in time. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Berry.
So just back to the naturalization question, then I guess the difference I see between this and a policy that impacts private land is that this is our land. This is the township's land. And if we want, as part of the agreement that they get exclusive use of that chunk of township land, if we want to see them care for the natural environment in a proactive way, I think that stands apart from purchasing a shore road allowance where it's effectively their land and there are things that they can't do, but we have little jurisdiction to tell them what they must do.
I can see including a statement that requires that they must follow the shoreline bylaw, preservation bylaw, with respect to any development that they do. They must preserve what's there, to tell them that they must, because even the shoreline bylaw doesn't say that you must replace anything. And I'm not sure. I mean, that's just another step. To me, it just kind of further complicates things right now for me, but Madam CAO.
I just wonder if just looking at that a little bit differently, where if we provide opportunity to people who are directly abutting the shore road allowance to purchase it, we don't require them to naturalize. But someone who we're allowing just to use it, we do. That doesn't seem fair to me.
It doesn't seem like there's something that's just not quite sitting right with me either, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I don't want to do something that's going to complicate this to the point that we have to defer it again, change the policy.
I understand that 100%. In contrast, I don't want to lose sight of an opportunity to help naturalize our shorelines, which are in real jeopardy. The Love Our Lakes program has shown just how serious the denuding of our shorelines are. And this might be our sort of once in a lifetime opportunity to support the shoreline along the shorefront that is under our jurisdiction. Because I do see a difference between, it's true, it's not fair that one group has to and one group doesn't. It's not fair in one way, but I don't believe we have any power to tell them what they have to do to their private property. We can tell them things that they're not permitted to do, but we can't tell them they have to naturalize their private property. This is our private property.
But we can tell them that they must and have to maintain what's existing. And that's the one difference. There's nothing, I mean, we're not making anybody forcing anybody in any way to naturalize their shoreline. That's all, across the entire county and in anywhere else where this has been discussed. It's encouraged, it's education, it's all of that. At the very least, what you're suggesting is that we can make sure that they maintain what's there. Just because we've given them a license of occupation does not mean that they get to rip out all the natural shoreline, all the natural growth. So we can at least ensure that what is existing is maintained in accordance with whatever's in place with the shoreline bylaw. Just want to go to Sean and then back to you.
Yeah, and it's just a suggestion, something that's come to mind is, I think the priority right now should be establishing the policy and getting this up and running, and adding the vegetation or revegetation component would significantly increase the work involved with doing that. So perhaps what we could do is reduce the length of time that this license of occupation is in place for 5 years, and at time of renewal, council could review it at that time, and then introduce this additional component of revegetation.
Would be reasonably easy to add a clause that says that the licensee is required to maintain all natural growth on the shoreline, with the exception of what's allowed in the shoreline bylaw. Some sentence that says similar to that. At least we're ensuring protection, which is at least meeting what you want to do partway. Angie and then Councillor Barry.
Along that same line, could council say in the policy that that you shall maintain the existing vegetation and additional naturalization is encouraged? And then it's not mandatory so that we have to enforce it, but it showing that we allow that and we encourage it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I like that very much. I also really like Sean's idea in that, who knows, in 5 years, with a new term of the Environment and Stewardship Committee, with the integrated governance model that the Muskoka Watershed Council is suggesting, like there could be a little bit of movement there on how we can bring protection of the natural environment more deeply into our policies in a way that we're not quite ready to jump on right now. And if we give it a 5-year startup, then we can review in 5 years or whatever number of years, we can review to see whether we're ready for that. Yeah, I like both of those
I
ideas.
like, the wording that you're suggesting. I think that works, moves us towards what you're seeking, and is a benefit. Councillor Barry and then Councillor Shortreed.
Obviously, we've been told over and over again about the liability that we face, but another thing is that people are having the access and use of waterfront property, but they're not being taxed as waterfront property. Do we know that for sure that some people are lake adjacent and they're charged taxed as waterfront and some aren't? Like, do we know that for sure?
Sarah, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that they are taxed at a waterfront rate, but then they do receive a discount when there's a road running in front of the property.
I concur. Councillor Shortreed.
I'm just curious, because this is a lease, I didn't see it anywhere, but does the township have the right for justifiable reasons to terminate the lease at any time?
It's a license of occupation.
Yeah, so it's just not in there. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, it's ultimately our land at the end of the day, so yeah.
Do we need to include that?
We could for greater clarity, certainly.
Yeah.
On both sides. On both sides. They determine.
Oh, yeah. And remove all their improvements.
Yeah.
Are we good? Councillor Barry.
I think the biggest thing I can kind of swallow the application fee. I can kind of swallow the deposit, but I do find the $500 annual is too high. That's
Counselor Shortreed. You might be
I
alone on that.
totally disagree with Councillor Richards said, and she's right. They're getting the benefit of having waterfront and not paying the taxes for waterfront. So $500 a year compared to paying triple or more in actual property taxes for somebody who's waterfront.
As well as the price to actually purchase the shorewood
Exactly.
allowance in the first place.
And the
Which is
the
astronaut
purchase
thousands.
price alone of a waterfront property compared to this is drastic. Plus, I mean, they're just getting something most people can't, like $500 a year is, I'd pay it.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I think ultimately what I would really like to not see is all of our taxpayers have to absorb the costs of doing this because a few of our taxpayers are gaining the right to have a dock when they don't own that land. I just don't think that that's fair. And so if the fee has to be higher than $500 to cover it, I'm good with that too, but I can't see it being lower. I'd like to see what comes back if we look at contracting it out versus hiring staff or whatever before we make that decision. But I don't see it being lower. And I don't think that other taxpayers should be paying for it.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I completely agree with Councillor Richards. If this is a go forward thing, because then people, when they're purchasing the property, can find out this is part of your running costs of having the property. It's a hard pill to swallow for people who have purchased their property thinking that these are my running costs. And then being told that I might have to pay an additional $500 a year.
But they didn't purchase the property that we're talking about.
No, but the property that they did purchase, in their mind, how it was billed to them came with access across the road. Be that true or not, that's what they've entered into this property purchase
I
for.
hate to sound hard nosed about it, but in fact, they've been enjoying the use of of our property and nothing that belongs to them at all for decades, some of them at no cost. And, this is part of the struggle with this whole thing. I get you, and I know that there will be problems. I mean, there's no question about it, that there will be people who are going to be extremely unhappy. But, to put everyone else in the municipality at risk of those liability concerns that we've got, because it's not just us. It's everybody who's becomes liable if the proverbial something hits the fan. Councillor Berry.
I agree with Councillor Richards, but I think going back to what Jen initially, Councillor Dayu, in Deputy Mayor Daniel, I said initially, it's when the person hasn't replaced their dock, but it should be replaced, doesn't have to pay that annual fee. And if it's not retroactive, if it's a go forward basis, I don't support the annual fee.
Oh, okay, but we're not talking about, I
Okay.
think we're pretty much agreed on
Okay.
retroactive and
That's-
investigating what the best bang for our buck is in respect to managing it,
Okay.
short of burying Sean in files. We don't want to do that. So we've added a couple of things to the policy. One that it be retroactive. One that about the preservation of the what Angie said. Sorry, Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to the list of things that would be in the site agreement or the sketch, do we need to include anything in there in regards to plumbing or anything like that? Just is in regards to the site plan, like would that need to be identified within the application? Like this is already in an existing infrastructure.
If they had lines running across and or under the road, They wouldn't have been able to do that without some kind of permit or approval, I wouldn't think, although there might be places where that might have happened. I know, as you said, that there's a different process, but this would be an opportunity for them to be required to identify that there is something there.
Yeah, I could see a benefit to them including that information on the site plan. We would just need to clarify in whatever documentation we have that there is a separate process they would have to follow to get that approval, and that this license of occupation in no way approves what's there now.
Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, this may be in here. It just around the thought about liability. Is there some way to control that if the township becomes aware of an unsafe structure, that we have the authority to request that it be repaired as part of the agreement?
Yeah, I don't believe there's something in there, but that'd be a good thing to include.
Whose hand did I see your hand up? Deputy Mayor Dayu? Okay. So let's hear what the clerk has got for a resolution and see what we can.
If council's wishing to move forward today, it would just be approve the license of occupation policy as amended with the direction.
That would work. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
So then the process for revisiting the fee structure on the back of information gathered about contracting, do we need to talk about that now, or does that just happen?
I think that we've given direction to staff to do that, and if we have to come back and alter the fee structure, I think we'd have to, do that in a specific period of time. I can see you've got some thoughts.
Yeah, I am wondering the same, whether, because I'd be reluctant to pass the policy now with it being retroactive and then come back to council and discover the cost of contracting that is much beyond what we anticipated it being. I'd like to have that information before we actually.
I've done some quick math on my phone here. And if council stays with the $500 a year fee, it would cover a staff person, contracted or no, for the 2 years or whatever it is.
And we revise our fee schedule every year. And if we find that we have to do that, we can do that. I just don't want to defer it back and bring it back again and have this discussion all over again. We've been spinning our wheels for far too long.
Yeah, and I get that and fully respect that, but we can't start implementing it until we have the contractor information anyway. So.
But in the meantime, if somebody does come to us and wants to, enter into a license of occupation,
I see.
on that basis, Sean would be able to move forward with it as opposed to, starting into all the retroactive stuff.
I see.
It allows us to move forward. Councillor Berry.
I would like to know in regards to a timeline of when people are expected to initiate this and how much lead up time they would have to know that they have to come up with this, to do this, just in regards of planning. And it being successful. I would like to see I know it could be argued that they've already had the incentive, but I do think there's an incentive to people coming forward opposed to being asked or requested.
I'm kind of thinking first before we start looking at all the retroactive ones and telling people, what sort of time frame they've got, we've got a little bit of educating to do, letting people know, what they've got to do. And in the meantime, we've got to find out what it might cost to do a contracted service and how quickly we can get that in place. Have the policy in place so that we can go forward with a new application as opposed to looking at all the retroactive ones that we've got to deal with. Madam Clerk.
Just with this, if I don't have the fees bylaw in front of me, but that would require the fees bylaw being upgraded or updated as well. So we would have to get those fees into that bylaw at the next meeting as well.
Okay.
Bring that back.
Are you saying we have to do that before we do this?
We would
Before
have,
we agree to the policy?
we would have to have those fees in there, like added into the August fees by law to be able to charge the fees.
Okay, but that, so that doesn't mean that we can't accept the policy as it
No.
is and as amended.
No.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's not all gonna happen overnight, that's for sure. Madam CAO.
Maybe this is a question for Dawn. And maybe if council could agree, we could make the policy effective as of a certain date in the future. So if we can't charge the fee anyway, make it a council pass the policy effective as of whatever the August council meeting is, the next day or something like that.
Okay. Sure, that's a good idea. That works. What? Counselor Barry, I'm sorry.
I think it's fantastic that we haven't made a survey as part of this. I think that's really great, but I do suspect that there will be some disputes on where their sketches are. Do we need to include any of that in this policy? Sorry.
If you don't think that there's problems with some of the sketches that we already get,
Yeah.
Yeah, so a note on that, and sorry, I meant to touch on that earlier, is I believe there is still a requirement for a survey showing the lot lines of their actual property. So we know where the projection would be down to the water. So if a survey does not exist for that property, then a survey may be required in those instances.
in most cases, I mean, a lot of the, most of the properties would be surveyed already.
Most would, yes.
Counselor Richards. Oh, sorry, thought I saw your hand. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the policy as amended, effective August the 17th, and request that the fees and services bylaw be brought back to the next meeting? Councillor Richards, Councillor Sharkey.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Short, be resolved, council receives report PL 7023 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding license of occupation policy. And further, that council approves the draft license of occupation as amended effective August 17th, 2023.
All in favor? Wow, carried. Red letter D, thank you. So we did deal with Rockaway Lake. And next up is your planning department update, as if we haven't had a chance to see exactly what you've been doing.
Yes, as council's aware, I've been very not busy this month, so yeah. No, it's just outlining the work that's been completed over the last month. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions on Sean's planning update? I could have a mover and a seconder then to receive. Councilors Richards and Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved, the council receives report PL 7223 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding monthly activities.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your report on your attendance at the conference.
Yes, it's just a summary of my attendance at the Ontario Association of Committees of Adjustment and Consent Authorities annual conference. Just thank you to council for the opportunity to attend. It's a beneficial concert or concert.
Now we know what you're really doing.
But yes, happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Any questions on the conference report? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Counselor Short Reed, second by Counselor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 7323 prepared by Sean O'Callahan and dated July 20th, 2023, in accordance with Township Conference Policy regarding the Ontario Association of Committees of Adjustment and Consent Authorities Annual Conference.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your report on the provincial policy statement.
Yes, so back in May of this year, I brought forward a report with some proposed changes the province had released for comment regarding the provincial policy statement. At that time, they had not released any changes to the natural heritage policies, which they have since now released, and they are remaining the same as what they currently are. So it doesn't have any real significant impact with respect to our policies regarding natural heritage. So I'm just bringing this forward for council's information following up from that initial report.
Okay, the question that raises in my mind is that there was a correspondence that I had proposed we support from Northumberland County about proposed changes to the PPS. And I think that was most particularly related to natural heritage and I forget what the second point was. Do you recall? I'm just wondering if we need to go ahead with that now, or you're thinking that there's nothing of concern for us.
I would have to review that resolution again to confirm what it was actually speaking to.
Go ahead.
There was a lot about affordability versus accessibility and changing definitions on housing, which I think is still a pertinent conversation.
Oh, right.
for us.
Okay, right. Thank you. Okay. So we can go ahead with the resolution without you looking into it any further.
No.
All right. Any questions on that report? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report on updates to the PPS? Councilors Richards and Barry. It's like Councilor Shortreed has been raising her hand a lot more than the rest of you. No, that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Okay, finally, the proposed. Oh, sorry.
Moved by Counselor Richards, second by Counselor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 7423 submitted by Sean O'Callahan and dated July 20th, 2023 regarding proposed updates to the provincial policy statement, natural heritage.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Finally, the proposed severance to BKF's carpentry.
Yes, this report is related to a severance agreement that's been prepared. This was initially in front of council in March of 2022. Condition of approval of the severance was entering into the severance agreement, and the purpose of this report is just to authorize the mayor and clerk to be able to sign it on the township's behalf.
Any questions about this? I think we've seen it several times. Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
Did this go to the land division?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward? Deputy Mayor, to you, Councillor Shortreed.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Counselor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 7523 regarding a severance agreement for part of lots 8 and 9, concession 7, geographic township of Stanhope BKS Carpentry Limited, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated July 20th, 2023, and the council directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to sign the said agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Sean.
All right, thank you.
A lot of great work done today. Next up is building and bylaw. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the first report, or my report, is on the June month's end report. Very similar to other months, chugging along. We're still down from last year as far as permit issuance goes. It is picking up a bit. We've got 24,000 in permit fees and construction value in excess of $2 million. So still another good month.
Questions on the building and bylaw report? Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Gonna have a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Councilors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Council Barry, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, Council receives report BLDG 1523 submitted by Greg Moore dated July 20th, 2023 regarding monthly activities.
All in favor? That's carried. And you were going to say a few words about septic reinspection?
Yes, so the second portion of this is the last month, we brought forward a staff report about the remedial action portion of the septic reinspection program. And during that, council opted for option 3, which meant that we needed to bring back the reinspection bylaw for in its amended state for consideration. So that's what we're bringing back today. Basically, it's just we reworked it to remove the non-pertinent content like WSP components and third-party inspection components. And we added wording that provides us the authority to enact on the remedial action part of it. So
Any questions on that? So we'll that's part of the bylaw section. No need to receive a report. Okay, thank you.
perfect, thank you.
Next, Park Recreation and Trails.
Well, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's it going, Chris?
Oh, not too bad. Busy.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so the first is your Recreation Committee update. Yours and members of council.
Yes, so the first one is actually an amendment to the May minutes, where the committee meant to add to the May minutes a recommendation to council to approve any profit from the Oxtongue Canada Day silent auction being used for next year's Oxtongue Canada Day celebration. Through the mayor, I'll let councillors speak to that.
Councillor Short-Reed.
When they were doing the donation fundraising for the silent auction, people who were donating wanted to ensure that any money that was raised through the silent auction went back into the Canada Day event next year at Oxtongue Lake. So that's where they want to, say, this is how much we raised. We want to make sure that we can use it for Oxtongue.
Specifically for Canada Day.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. And I think we'll see that going forward with different events, that we'll want to use the money that raised, put back into the next event the next year.
Madam CEO.
So there is no specific reserve for Canada Day. So is that what council's looking for, is for the treasurer to create?
Yes. I think it's fair to say yes. This was a request that was, there were some real challenges with organizing Canada Day and for a variety of reasons. And this was one of the things that kind of came out of it. And there were some assurances asked by members of council, and myself included, who we all said, we don't have a problem with that. So if that's how we have to do it to ensure that that takes place, because I mean, it was raised at Canada Day. I don't have any issue personally with myself saying that the money should be used specifically for Canada Day. And I know it's a bit of a, of a project to add another reserve, but I don't know how else we can guarantee that that money is used for those purposes.
If I may ask a question. So was there concern around, or the challenges referred to around the money?
I think that they just wanted to know that if they were going to be raising money at Canada Day for Canada Day, that it would be used for Canada Day going forward. Councilor Barry.
I seem to think that there was a thought of if it was in a reserve, that it would have a tally attached to it, opposed to it being lumped into the community center as a whole or the rec department as a whole. It would be, you know,
Canada.
there would be a ledger or something that would show an input or.
So we would continue to budget whatever monies we normally do for Canada Day, but this would allow for some additional activities without impacting the budget. Any questions or concerns about that? Councillor Richards?
Just not specifically to that, but around that. There are further discussions and comments that'll come to our August meeting based on last night's minute. In that not necessarily each event would hold its own funds. Some events may lend it to something else, but this specifically for Oxtongue is being requested by the committee that it remain at Canada Day.
Anybody have any issue with that? So they're looking for a specific resolution agreeing to that. Can we craft something to that effect? That'd be great. Anything else to report about the those two meetings? Anything else that came out of the June 21st meeting?
Well, if I may, just to the June 21st meeting, that was a number of items related to preparing for the Oxtongue Canada Day event, the Dorset Arts and Crafts and Antique Show and Sale, the Dorset Kids Fishing Derby, and all of those events went off without a hitch. And everybody did a really great job to pull those events together in a really short amount of time. Committee members stepped up and were able to pull all of those off, and they were all great events with good attendance, and everybody had a good time. So congratulations to everybody involved, and a thank you too.
Thanks. Councillor Barry, then Councillor Shortreach.
I know that this doesn't fall under recreation, but I would like to say that I did attend the Canada Day as well as the Heritage Day up at Dorset. And the Dorset Museum was just overwhelmed with gratitude for the work that happened there for Heritage Day and making that come alive. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shortreach.
And I think the discussion we had at the one meeting, and Sandra not being there, it spurred the volunteers to actually do something. So it was a bit of a godsend that Sandra wasn't there. Now they know that they need to help, which is kind of nice. So I'm glad they know. Yeah, right on. That's great. The one question that I wanted to ask was, there's been discussion, and I know there's been ongoing discussion about a survey. And I'd kind of like to know where that stands and when that might come to council. I just don't want the committee to think that that survey is going to be a finalized item and that, you know, that we might not change it because we might add to it or, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that's the expectation at all. We did discuss it last night. We had another meeting with further discussion, but really we barely had quorum last night, so we kind of deferred further discussion on that until the next meeting.
Which leads to another question. If I'm not mistaken, there was somebody appointed to the committee who has not attended any meetings. I'm just wondering, because there's been some question about apparently another member who may or may not stay on the committee, but can only attend part of the time, and which creates quorum problems. I wonder if we need to be considering putting out another call for members. Thoughts, question or comments? Councillor Richards.
I think that wouldn't hurt. We could certainly use more members on that committee.
And you are correct, Mayor, in both of those understandings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of reluctant to say that somebody can remain, I mean, anybody who wants to come and help and volunteer for any function or event that we're having is wonderful. And I would hope that if a member is concerned about her ability to attend, that she would still want to volunteer or participate in certain events. But to keep them on the committee and have to count on that individual for quorum makes it a challenge. So, you know, I think we might have to advertise, and anything that all members of council can do to encourage membership on that committee would be any and all committees, never mind that one. But in particular, if we're looking, having problems with quorum, that'd be great. Any other comments about the Recreation Committee meetings? Could I have a mover then to receive both these sets of minutes? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved that council receives the amended May 17th and the June 21st Recreation Committee meeting minutes, and the council directs the treasurer to create a reserve for Canada Day celebrations at the Oxton Lake Community Center from funds raised at its Canada Day events.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next is the Dorset Tower lease extension agreement with Highlands Internet.
That's correct. So Highlands Internet's a small internet service provider in the township. They've had equipment on the tower since 2012. At that time, they were providing internet to the tower, and council did grant them a lease for $1 a year for that service in return. That was no longer required at the last renewal. Now this is the 5-year renewal. And at that time, council looked at various fee options and decided to charge the value of the then current fee that would have been their internet service being provided. So I have drafted an extension based on the exact existing agreement with updated fees based on their now current fees. And that's in that draft agreement attached to this part of the report, which is the equivalent of $69.95 per month, increasing 2% per year. At the same time, in speaking with Angie, we wanted to bring forward that there have been a couple of other agreements established since that time with other service providers for different amounts. So we wanted to make council aware of that and give council that information and determine whether or not council wants to consider a change in fee structure for this provider. Now, I want to note that, so I've put the details in the report about the amounts that other service providers are paying, but if council would like to go ahead with reviewing fees relative to that, my recommendation would be that I have the opportunity to look at what that means for this size of service provider and look at what other similar fee structures are for those types of services in other locations, and then bring back a recommendation at a later date. And the reason I say that is because I understand that some of the larger service providers may benefit from government subsidies and those types of things, and may be providing larger numbers of services to larger numbers of people relative to a smaller service provider who isn't potentially having those same sorts of considerations and benefiting fewer people in the end. So the options here are to renew for another 5 years based on the previous decision on their now value of internet, increasing 2% per year, council could certainly consider just moving towards a similar fee structure to what exists for the other service providers on the tower, which started at $500 per month plus some hydro fees increasing 2% per year, or look to me to bring back information at a later date for a different fee structure. And if we do that, I just ask for a little bit of time, in that the current agreement with them has come to an end. So we need to extend that ideally to the end of the year to give time to have that discussion.
Thoughts from council? Councillor Short-Reed, then Richards.
I'm okay with what this is now. We're an independent local internet provider who works hard at what he does and does supply the Dorset area as well as Oxtongue, Otter, Quagama. He has quite a few towers throughout the area, small towers that he's put up himself, and supplies internet as a one-man show.
So what you're saying is extend his existing agreement, at the same time allow Chris to investigate pricing? Or-
I can't compete. I don't think he could compete against Bell, Rogers, places like that probably pay a lot more than he does.
Well, I think Chris said that he was going to take that into consideration.
Well, yeah, I don't have a good enough grasp of what that value would be. And I'm not comfortable making a recommendation on a specific value without having that information first. So yes, if I were to take it away, I'd want to be able to look at just what types of things need to be considered and what's the value of similar services, so that both the township is getting fair value and so the service provider.
So we would be extending the agreement while allowing Chris to do some investigation going forward.
Okay, I just don't want to see it bankrupt him, that's all.
I don't think anybody wants to see that.
No.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm comfortable with, is just extend the agreement, look into it a little bit more and see where that comes out.
There we go. Can I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Richards and Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved, council receives report PRT 1023 regarding Highlands Internet Dorset Tower Lease Extension Agreement with Highlands Internet submitted by Chris Card dated July 20th, 2023, and that council authorized the extension to the existing contract with Highlands Internet till December 31st, 2023, the annual rate being prorated, and further that council direct staff to bring back information which will include a review of fees for similarly provided services for council's consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Contract agreement for Lower Fletcher Lake Boat Launch.
Yes, so this is to final, at the last council meeting, council received information on the received bids for this project and gave direction on moving forward with A to Z Civil. This will finalize that contract agreement with them. This authorizes, this report is essentially to authorize entering into that contract agreement. And then the next steps after that will be to have a site meeting with them, start to establish timelines. The intent is to have that work done this year. And then once we know timelines, we would be communicating to residents of the lake on those timelines and what the expectations are, because there will be considerations for people for access as well as moving some of their boats, et cetera, during construction. Those will be the next steps, but before you today is for the just the contract agreement authorization.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to authorize signing the contract? Councillors Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved that council receives report PRT 1123 regarding contract agreement Lower Fletcher Lake Boat Launch Rehabilitation submitted by Chris Carr dated July 20th, 2023, and the council directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute said agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, the request from Rogers to install equipment on the Dorset Tower.
Correct. So we've received a proposal from Rogers that has a couple of pieces attached to it. And of course, we do have an existing agreement with Rogers. They do have equipment on the tower and have for some time. The two parts to their proposal are that they'd like to do a swap of some existing equipment for new upgraded equipment. The second part is a proposal to add future equipment. The replacement of existing equipment is covered under the current contract that we have with them, in that it does allow the provision of existing service providers to access their equipment to replace it as needed from time to time. So that falls within the contract agreement we have, and I do recommend to go ahead. However, there's a couple of things that need to be done before that, and it's actually something that they reference in their proposal as well. And this would be something that I'm requesting from them after we approve going ahead with the replacement of any equipment. And that would be to go to our consultant on file, our engineer, which is Tulloch, and have them review the proposal for the replacement of equipment to make sure that it meets all capacities of the tower and there's no engineering considerations beyond that. The other part is I'd like to be able to work with them to ensure that their construction processes don't interfere with access to the tower. So I'd like to be able to run the tower during normal hours as is, without any alteration to access. That may be that they're doing construction outside of regular hours, or it may be that it has to happen after we close or before we open in the spring. I would have to determine that with them. And just asking council support that if we go ahead with that, I'd be working with them to, and the CAO, of course, to make sure that all of our requirements or concerns are met before going ahead with that. The second portion is the replacement, which if council would like, or sorry, not the replacement, the addition. If council would like to go ahead with allowing an addition of equipment, all of the same considerations would still be in place that I just mentioned for the replacement. But also, I just wanted to give council the opportunity and get some feedback on whether or not we want to have more equipment on the tower. I did recommend in this report that we do get information from them on what the addition is for, what exactly it would do and who it would serve. They did give us that information back in the email, and I was able to send that out yesterday to members of council. And in a nutshell, both their replacement of equipment and the addition of new equipment is to add capacity and to move into the 5G network. They were not able to quantify a very specific amount of people that would be served, but they were able to determine or give us the information that it would provide better access and more access to more people to high-speed internet services. And then after that, and through you, Mayor, whether or not we want to talk about that, and then given this consideration, I'd also like to look for some council feedback on similar types of proposals going forward, and whether or not we want to start looking at developing a framework and developing a better understanding of what it is that we see as a capacity on the tower. And happy to talk about that more now, but just through you, Mayor.
I would think that if you're going to have Tulloch look at the capacity of replacing existing, that they would at the same time look at whether the capacity is there for anything additional. I also suspect that, actually, I'm pretty sure that by them putting the additional equipment that they want to put on there would mean that they wouldn't have to install another tower someplace. that this is one of their co-locations that they propose to do as opposed to putting up another tower. Which to me, but I also think that it's probably not a bad idea to look at what our capacity is going forward and, whether beyond this, whether we should be adding more. I know there's a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of equipment on the tower. It's supposed to be for recreational purposes, but I mean, really, it's when you get to the top that the delight takes place as opposed to on your way up. I can't imagine that being a delight for anybody. But that's just me climbing the tower. Anyway, look for comments and questions. Councillor Shortreed.
I think waiting for a report from Tulloch to know what the future is and what the tower can take and so on and so forth, is probably be,
Will we be approving it subject to
of course,
approval from Tulloch?
of course.
Or you want to defer this until we get the
It's up to Chris.
6 of one and half a dozen the other? I see another hand. Mr. Card.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things with that. So of course, if they want to add things, Tulloch would need to review that their addition would meet the capacity of the tower. But in addition to that, I'm looking for an understanding of overall capacity on the tower. I think that would be outside of the scope of what Rogers would be looking to do and an expense that we would have to bear. But I think that would be the starting point for understanding where we would want to go so that in the future, and interestingly, we had another person since this that just asked at the tower staff let me know that they wanted to know how can I go about looking to add some things to the tower. So as these come in, how we want to deal with these moving forward. So yes, there's the capacity associated with their proposal, but in the future, do we want to just, continue to have each one come up and we review it as they come forward, bring them to council as we've been doing? Or do we want to first get an understanding of the overall capacity so then we can make decisions of how much we want to allow and then be able to work with that framework?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good recommendation. Councillor Deputy Mayor, do you?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. To start with structural load bearing, can the joints take it? Like, what are we really looking at? And then a policy conversation, but I would suggest with some really simple principles rather than we would do this and we would not do this. But, is it good for the betterment of the community? Or is it a personal thing? Is it like some really general spirit setting guidelines rather than getting really into the weeds that gives staff the ability to make a lot of those decisions before it even has to come to council. Yeah.
Mr. Berry.
Does the fees become impacted when there's new equipment being put on?
Fees to the service providers?
You're talking about fees to say Rogers.
Sorry. Do we get more fees?
It's the same thing.
Yeah. No?
So that hasn't been a part of this discussion. So they have proposed to add equipment. There's not been a discussion about any
increase
in fees for the addition of equipment.
But if they're adding additional equipment, there should be additional fees.
And this is the same kind of thought process that I've had as I've started to think about these things and think, how do we charge fees and what's fair? And if you look at what they have on the tower relative to what we were talking about with the Highlands internet, we're talking about inches compared to square feet. And I have not really a much background information on how that's viewed in the industry in general. And it's a good question. If we're adding things, some sort of metric that would consider, how you quantify that addition. Yeah,
I'm sure that, if you were to contact Eorn, you'd find that there are fees associated with co-locations for the new equipment. Like they can't expect to locate equipment on the tower for no cost. We're saving them a lot of money by not having to build another tower. So based on, what Chris is going to do going forward, can I have a mover and a seconder then to approve the requests? Councillor Richards and Councillor Shortreed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just for clarification so it's okay to proceed with Roger's proposal for future equipment subject to TULIC review?
Yeah. And maybe we need to add something and further clarification on fee structure. Mr. Card.
yes, thank you, Mayor, through you. So for those pieces, and then does council want to consider, what I had in the report for a final recommendation was to add to the projects and priorities list for next year to develop a process.
Do we need that in the resolution? All right. Do we have a mover and a seconder? Okay.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives report PRT 1223 regarding Rogers Wireless proposal for equipment on the Dorset Scenic Lookout Tower submitted by Chris Card dated July 20th, 2023, and the council directs staff to proceed with the recommendations in the said report for the replacement of existing equipment as proposed and outlined in item 1 replacement, and the council directs staff to proceed with the Rogers proposal subject to TULIC's review and clarification on fee structure for the future addition of equipment as outlined in item 2 addition. And further, the council directs staff to include the development of a standardized review process and fees, including the review on overall tower capacity in the 2024 projects and priorities review.
That work for everyone? All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Take care.
Next up is Melissa and environmental business. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have to change I'm used to good morning, so it's a different position.
So first up is your activity report.
Thank you. Regular sort of goings on. Summer season is well underway and things are busy. We've had the official launch of the Maple Lakes Operations Center. So that was thank you for everyone who bared the rain and lots of great conditions to be there. So it's nice to have that officially on the books to be up and running.
We were pleased to participate, rain or not.
And if you haven't had a chance, there was a nice article in the Highlander, so appreciate that. And back just to point one, I just wanted to mention, I know at the last meeting, I had hoped to have the agreements with Circular Materials moving forward the Blue Box program transition to you for this meeting. Unfortunately, they are still delayed, so a work in progress there. And I just want to mention I didn't have the numbers when I put this report together, but we did have 101 participants at the hazardous waste event at Maple in June, and we had people from across the county. So we had the residents from Minden Hills, Dysart, and even Highlands East. So that continues on, and as you'll notice in vehicle counts, we're starting to get back to numbers that are increasing over what we had prior to COVID. So we had quite a peak in usage during those periods, but now we're getting back to a little bit more than what our standard is, so.
It's interesting that I was just looking at the numbers and thinking it's interesting because there have been some reports from the folks on North Shore Road that there's way more traffic, and these numbers don't really indicate that.
Now, keep in mind that that's across the entire sort of system, so there's certainly have to
Oh,
be
okay.
some changes in traffic flow here and there.
Any questions on the report? Could have a mover and a seconder then to receive it. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives report EB 1923 submitted by Melissa Murray dated July 20th, 23 regarding monthly activities.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Waste Management Site Services Contract and a request for reconsideration.
Yes, so Watson General Contracting has reached out and requested an increase, so it's a change of work request to their existing contract for site services based on provincial changes. So there was an increase in minimum wages coming along October 1st, and so they weren't aware of it at the time when the contract was struck. So they're making a request to have that considered.
Thoughts from council? Councillor Barry.
I support the request that there's not much that they can do in this regard.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Is there a sense that the same request is going out to other municipalities, and do you know what they are, how they are responding?
I'm not aware of what that situation might be, and yeah.
Actually, that was one of the questions that I had, that I wanted to know if they, because I believe that they're working at maybe at least 3 of the 4 municipalities, is that?
Just one other.
Just one other.
Yeah. And their contract with the other municipalities, the other contract is different than ours, so they already have different rates and different structure of their contract for that service there.
So much for streamlining things. Okay, other thoughts? I personally, I mean, I know it's a bit of a hard line, but they've got a contract with us. And I can see us renegotiating it, you know, when their contract is up for renewal, but that's just me. I know that I mean, this can't have been a complete surprise that the province was considering, you know, raising the minimum wage. But anyway, that's just me. Thoughts from other members of council? I don't know what that means.
I just look at all the businesses that have such a hard time finding employees. And if this little bit of money will keep the employees working at our facilities, I'm happy with it.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I absolutely agree with the sentiment, but it's not really specified whether we would lose staff. I mean, clearly these individuals will have to be paid the minimum wage, whether we step up and put a bit more into that contract or not. So I don't think there's any real jeopardy there. I guess it's a question about, you know, is it a bottom line thing, or I don't know. I'm on the fence on this one. It's complicated. It's a complicated thing, but I assume that these individuals would be paid regardless, or we would be told if Watson was going to go under because of it, which we hadn't been told.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have a contract, you stick to your contract. Unless it's extraordinary, and I don't think it's extraordinary.
They might think it is.
Well,
That's So is that a yes or a no?
I mean, it seems like a small amount overall. It's more of a principal issue, I think.
Is that a yes or a no? I'm sorry, but we have to say yes or no to one way or the other, and we're gonna go back to Deputy Mayor Dayu and ask the same question. Jump off that fence.
I'm a no.
I just want to remind council that you're absolutely right. It is a small amount, but there are other contracts, not just Watson's. So that will experience this, that we have contracts with. So it could open the door for other requests.
Councilor Berry.
When would we be renegotiating?
March? When's the contract? It's in here.
The existing contract is to March 31st.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I will say no.
Oh, thanks. Councillor Shortreed.
I can wait till March.
Okay, so that's a reluctant no. You know, I am concerned that we would, you know, be getting similar requests from other contractors that we have working for us. And, you know, I would hope that this does not create a huge hardship for them, but they do have a contract with us. So could I have a mover and a seconder then? Councillor Berry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, Council receives report EB 2023 regarding site services contract submitted by Melissa Murray dated July 20th, 23, and the council denies the request from Watson's General Contracting to amend the hourly rate of 2308 plus applicable tax to 2334 plus applicable tax.
All in favor? It's carried. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you. And I appreciate, I will pass along that it was given consideration. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Next up is fire services. Good afternoon, Chief.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So first up is your activity report for June.
Yes, there's a couple of things I'd like to highlight. The first is, since this was submitted, they've taken the fire ban off. Technically, they took the fire restriction off. Ban wasn't from the township as a restriction of the province that prevailed and caused us to have the fire ban. So it's all removed. We can move forward. So that was a nice thing to see. We had two large incidents happen over the last month. One was a fire in the park at Camp Aron. Very sizable. The keynote here that we have is based on our old agreement, we never would even responded. That camp would have been there to fight the fire on their own. With the council agreeing to the agreement we have last year, we did respond with the assistance of Lake of Bays. So as per the agreement, we are getting fees for services. This invoice has been issued to the park as part of the agreement. The second event was we had a multi-vehicle accident over by Cushog Lake intersection. It involved two cars and a school bus. Us along with Minden Hills, we had requested mutual aid from Minden Hills for it. We tended to 66 people for the call. There were 7 people transported, including one lady who was 1 week away from full-term pregnancy. It's very scary at the start of it for the paramedics and people who are doing the medical for, because there was some issues, but when they did get the lady to the hospital to the proper evaluation parts, she's fine. So that's nice. The last item is we have 2 new people being brought forward for appointment to the department, one for Station 60 in Dorset and one for Station 70, which is really nice to see. Both of them are employed within the area, and I know that they'll both be welcome additions for both departments.
That's good news. I have this vision of firefighters praying that the lady did not go into labor. I find it interesting with respect to the fire ban that I was speaking with the OPP a couple of days ago, and they were, the detachment commander was talking about, you know, they had just recently had an exercise that was fire related, and nobody mentioned that the fire ban had been dropped.
Yes, I attended a meeting at the OPP detachment on Monday, which they did a simulated fire situation. It was Kenny Cox that MNRF did it for us. So it's something I think when we have our presentation in October that Kenny's going to be talking a bit more, but it showed how it impacted municipalities. And there is a fire within the region. It's on our municipal property, like a 5-day call, and the simulation ended up costing the one municipality nearly $1 million in expenses. So it's something that I think is be good information for council to see. It was really interesting. And I think they're really well looked after as department detachment commander there. And he's really nice and supportive of everything we've done.
You'd think there would be some mechanism to let them know that the fire ban had been dropped. And I don't know how that would work, but he didn't know.
One provincial department to the other.
Any questions on the activity report? Mover and a seconder to receive it. Councilors Richards and Barry. Next is the renewal of the lease agreement for the Dwight Repeater site.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Got ahead of myself.
Moved by Councillor Richard, second by Councillor Barry, be resolved that council receives fire service report FD 1023 regarding monthly activities submitted by Michael French dated July 20th, 23. And the council appoints Aaron Dawson for Station 60 and Graham Mansfield for Station 70.
All in favor? That's carried. Sorry, now go ahead with the repeater site.
Yes, at the beginning of last month, we got our new agreement with Bell Mobility for the site tower up in Hoxton Lake or in Dwight. So on that tower, our repeater there serves not only the fire service, but also our public works. Much to our surprise, new agreement cost was extreme. Before because we're emergency services, we paid $1 a year. So we weren't expecting any increase at all. Very limited time to do anything because the agreement was as of the 1st of July. So we had 3 weeks to deal with it. With the support of the clerk and the CEO, we negotiated with Bell Mobility. And Bell Mobility, from my aspect, really came through for us. Our new agreement is for $146.44 a month. It was time sensitive because of the agreement being effective July 1st. So the mayor and the clerk have executed it, but it is a substantial savings from which we originally had. And our overall cost projection for this year is approximately $837 that is on budgeted costs that will be added to this year's budget for the fire service. But on the side note, it's interesting when I listen to your Dorset part of it, how it relates back to this, because it's the exact same thing happening.
Any questions or comments? So could I have a resolution approving that agreement? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councilor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved, council receives report FD 1123 regarding renewal of lease agreement for Dwight Repeater site submitted by Michael French dated July 20th, 2023. And the council acknowledges signing of the said agreement with Bell Mobility and directs a bylaw be tabled to ratify the agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for your time. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Next up is finance. Good afternoon, Madam Treasurer. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Mayor and
afternoon.
Council.
So first up are your write-offs.
Yes, I have report number 18-23 with a couple of write-offs, one under section 358 for 2022 in the amount of 427.34. And the other under section 357 for 2023 in the amount of 182.16 for a total of $609.50.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve those? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report TT 1823 regarding tax write-offs submitted by Karen Mintz dated July 20th, 23, and that council hereby approves the noted tax write-off total under section 358 and 357 of the Municipal Act for taxes in the amount of $609.50.
All in favor? It's carried. And next is your account summary.
Yes, thank you. And again, just your standard summary. It is from June 8th to July 11th. Notably, though, the levy payments for the county and school boards are included, so it looks significantly higher than the previous month. So if anyone has questions.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the account summary? Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council has reviewed the expenditures incurred as set out in the account summary report TT 1923 in total amount of $2,903,660.25 and hereby approves payment as same.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, your financial summary for as at June 30th.
Yes, thank you. So again, this is just for information only. It's basically giving us an idea of our 2023 as of June 30th in comparison to June 30th of 2022. At present, we are just under 40% of the budgeted annual operating expenses and received around 57% of the total revenues anticipated for 2023. So all in all, I think we're in good stead for the end of the year.
Musical words from the treasurer. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just a question for clarification on the revenue side. What is program revenue? And it is the one sort of outlier to the small change. It's a bit of an outlier. I wonder if you can just help me understand it.
So I'm just looking at it here. So program revenue, if I may, is basically all the programs and so forth that the rec committees or the rec centers and or so forth are offering. So, and it could also be that there's expenses on the other side that's offsetting some of that revenue. So it could be both an in and out on that one, but that's the revenue side of it.
Okay. Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the financial summary? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report TT 2023 submitted by Jean Hughes dated July 20th, 23 regarding the revenues and expenditures to the end of the second quarter of 2023.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Jeannie.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So no administration business. We're now into external board meetings. Anything to report on the Dorset partnership?
They haven't had a meeting, but they do have their kitchen shipyard musical at the pavilion this Saturday.
This Saturday.
Yep. 6 to 8.
That's it?
For that, and do you want me to carry on to the hub?
Well, I just, sure. Yeah.
After actually nothing for the hub, but I have gotten the one member to contact Angie to appear before council in September. So they've made a date.
In when?
September.
For next year?
For this year.
that one, you know what,
I
that's
know.
not
I
good
know,
enough.
But I've been trying and trying and trying. And trying.
But just, try and make the point that funding will not be provided unless the request is made in a timely manner to suit the budget that we've got.
I will let him know.
Anything on the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership?
There's been no further meetings.
Anything on Muskoka Watershed Council? I don't know what the lovely
Not
words you heard
really, he
today.
was here today, so I'll leave it at that.
No meetings that they've had?
There's one coming up, but yeah.
The CPAC committee has not met. I have had a couple of discussions about ongoing issues in Algonquin Highlands with the detachment commander. So, we are encouraging another CPAC meeting in the near future as soon as we possibly can, but that's for Mayor Burton to organize. I did attend an EORN meeting last week, and they're just starting to make some presentations about the 7 and 7 housing project. I really don't have an awful lot to report about that. They're just really kind of at early stages. The federal government is quite supportive of that project. The provincial government is sort of hedging their bets, and for all of a province that is saying that they're fully supportive of housing, they're certainly not supportive of this project, which is a huge partnership that would really work well for the province. But anyway, I will keep you posted on that. Anything on the library board that you'd like to bring forward?
No, the board is in recess for the summer, so I won't have anything for the foreseeable.
Okay, anything for community safety and well-being?
Same, I'm afraid.
Anything for the Watershed Communications Committee?
No, now that the spring freshet has been completed and we're into the usual patterns, they don't issue the notices that they do during the winter and spring.
Okay, thank you. Is there any notice of motion? Hearing none, I'll move to correspondence. And I did ask for resolutions to be prepared for 4 pieces of correspondence. One, the Northumberland County piece about the changes to the provincial policy statement, because I think it's still relevant that we make a statement about that or support that position. Second, on AMO's recommendation to the province about changes to the code of conduct, which I thought was important. Just at the present time, there's nothing that can be done about somebody who's acting completely and inappropriately or even against the law in some cases, or just simply for inappropriate behavior. So I thought it would be good to support their position. I'm sure they've done a lot of work on that. In discussion with our clerk, I suggest that we support the Chatham-Kent position on changes to the MFIPA Act. I think that would work in our favor. And also, as per the discussion at the last meeting, that we support the Paul McKay Floating Homes, Not Vessels. Now, I know that there has been some work at the provincial level, but there still needs to be changes at the federal level, so that we support that. I don't know if you received any other requests.
Barry had moved for the Northumberland motion as well.
Okay, could I have, could we have a seconder for the AMO? We'll do the first, we'll do the Northumberland County one, or do you do them all at once?
No, we can do them individually, but then move her in a second.
Okay, so you've got to move in a seconder for Northumberland County about the PPS.
That was
Myself and Councillor Barry.
Sorry, do we vote in favor of all of them at the end? Or
We'll vote in favor individually.
all in favor? Is that right? Or just a motion and a seconder?
And then all in favor.
Okay.
I'll just
After she's read the rest.
together.
No,
Okay,
each one individually.
I'm going to read them individually, and I've copied AMO's word for word, so it's a bit lengthy, but
We'll know what we're talking about. Yes.
By Mayor Dennis, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives correspondence from Northumberland County regarding Northumberland County Housing Corporation correspondence submission on proposed changes to the provincial policy statement, and that council hereby supports Northumberland County Housing Corporation submission on the changes to the provincial policy statement. And further, that the copy of this resolution be sent to the Honorable Doug Ford, Honorable Steve Clark, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
All in favor? Oh, question? Deputy Mayor Dayan.
I do have a question on that one. Because in the Northumberland submission, they discuss community housing providers and municipalities cannot build the required number of affordable housing units alone. We've got the 7 and 7 project with the Wardens Caucus. And I'm just wondering, in terms of our own statement, surely we would prefer to refer to what's going on rather than discuss an overt gap. I'm actually a bit surprised Northumberland hasn't referred to that, because they would be part of that caucus, wouldn't they?
But we don't know yet whether it's actually going to proceed. So I mean, it's still fair to say that we can't go it alone.
Could we then modify our submission to say we are in support of the 7 and 7 project and see this as a really viable way forward, rather than assuming there's nothing going on, which the Northumberland submission tends to.
Sure. I mean, I don't think there's ever any harm in saying that we, in addition, we support the 7 and 7 project.
Or we look to higher orders of government to chip in to make this happen. In the Northumberland submission, they say the NCHC asks that the province partner with us in our goal of increasing affordable housing. This means both in funding and in ensuring that municipalities have all the tools they need to incentivize, encourage, and require the development of affordable housing. And I sort of visualize the 7 and 7 as being the mechanism through which that would happen for us.
It's not the only mechanism.
Okay.
So I think we can deal with that separately.
Okay.
So you read the resolution. We hadn't voted on it. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so the next one was the AMO recommended changes to the code of conduct. Is there someone who's willing to second that? Councillor Shortreed.
Mayor Dennison, second by Councillor Shortreed. Whereas all Ontarians deserve and expect a safe and respectful workplace, whereas municipal governments and the democratic institutions most directly engaged with Ontarians need respectful discourse. Whereas several incidents in recent years of disrespectful behavior and workplace harassment have occurred amongst members of municipal councils. And whereas the incidents seriously and negatively affect the people involved and lower public perceptions of local governments. And whereas municipal codes of conduct are helpful tools to set expectations of council member behavior. And whereas municipal governments do not have the necessary tools to adequately enforce compliance with municipal codes of conduct. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Algonquin Highlands support the call of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for Government of Ontario to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. Also be it resolved that the legislation encompass the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's recommendations for updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment, creating a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of municipalities across Ontario, increased training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency of investigations and recommendations across the province, allowing municipalities to apply to a member judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of a municipal integrity commissioner, and prohibit a member so removed from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of office. And further, a copy of this resolution be sent to Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I then have a seconder for the changes to MFIPA? Counselor Shortreed.
Moved by Mayor Dennison, second by Councilor Sherby, be resolved that council supports a resolution and the recommendations contained within passed by the council of the municipality of Chatham-Kent regarding a time for change to the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the municipality of Chatham-Kent and the Honorable Minister of Public and Business Services Delivery, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and AMCTO's Legislative and Policy Advisory Committee.
All in favor? It's carried. And finally, the support the Paul McKay floating homes, not vessels. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Mayor Dennison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives correspondence from Paul McKay, Director, Georgian Bay Cottagers Association regarding floating homes, not vessels. And further that council requests the Honorable Omar Alghabra, the Minister of Transport, to reclassify floating homes in Ontario from vessels to float homes consistent with the precedent policy in British Columbia.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Well, that concludes the open session portion of the meeting until we come back to pass the bylaws. So could I have a motion, or a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councillors Richards and Barry. We'll take a few minutes. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay.
Moved by Councilor Richards, seconded by Councilor Barry. Be resolved that council adjourns its open session at 2:46 PM and proceeds into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following. 1, personal matters about identifiable individuals in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, candidates for Airport Committee. And 2, labor relations in accordance with section 239(2)D of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 as amended, changes to workload and roles of specific employees and department staffing.
All in favor? That's carried. Welcome back to the open session. We do have a resolution to appoint new members to the Airport Committee. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councilor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council appoints Sean Donnelly and Glenn Williams to the Airport Advisory Committee for the remaining term of council.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws, extensive list of bylaws? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, second by Councilor Richards. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. 2023-52 to stop up closed cave parts of original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 4, concession 2, geographic township of Stanhope Howe. 2023-53 to stop up closed cave parts of original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 8, concession 3, geographic township of Stanhope. 2023-54 to stop up, closing convey part of original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 28, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne. 2023-55 to stop, close and convey part of original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 18, concession 11, geographic township of Livingston. 2023-56 to stop up, close and convey part of original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 19, concession 10, geographic township of Stanhope. 2023-57 to stop, close and convey part of the original shore road allowance lying in front of lot 10, concession 4, geographic township of Stanhope. 2023-58 to amend bylaw 2022-49 is amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the township of Algonquin Highlands for Simon, application AHZBA 423. 2023-60 to amend bylaw 2022-49 as amended, being a comprehensive bylaw for the township of Algonquin Highlands for Weeby, application AHZBA 00623. 2023-61 to amend bylaw 2022-49 is amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the township of Algonquin Highlands for Palmer, application HZBA 723. 2023-62 to authorize an agreement with Miller Paving Limited for supply, delivery, and application of liquid calcium fluoride. 2023-63 to authorize the execution of a consent agreement between the corporation of the township of Algonquin Highland and BKS Carpentry Limited. 2023-64 to authorize the execution of an agreement with 100382254 Ontario Inc. AO AZ Civil for Lower Fletcher Lake Boat Launch Construction. 2023-65 to authorize a site license agreement with Bell Mobility Inc. for continued operation of telecommunications equipment at site W7968 Highway 60 Oxton Rapids, lease 69828. And bylaw 2023-66 to implement a sewage system reinspection program with the township of Algonquin Highlands.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to pass the confirmatory bylaw? Councilors Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved bylaw 2023-67, being a bylaw to confirm proceedings that council held during its July 20th, 2023 regular meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. And finally, could I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Councilors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Barry, be it resolved July 20th, 2023 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:48 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.